Prayers.
Let us pray. Guide us, Lord, in all our doings with your gracious favor. Further us your continual help. That in all our works begun, continued, and ended in you, we may glorify your holy name, and by your mercy attain everlasting life, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Let's pray for our nation. Lord God Almighty, you have made all the peoples of the earth for your glory, to serve you in freedom and in peace. Give to the people of our country a zeal for justice and the strength of forbearance, that we may use our liberty in accordance with your gracious will, through Jesus Christ our Lord, who lives and reigns with you and the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever. Amen. Almighty God, our Heavenly Father, send forth, we beseech thee, upon thy servants who bear office in this country, the spirit of charity and justice, that they may in all things walk before thee with steadfast purpose and a single heart, and faithfully serve in their several offices, through Jesus Christ our Lord. Amen. Amen. Most gracious God, author of all good things, we humbly beseech thee for the Parliament of Barbados, especially the Senate at this time assembled, that thou wouldest be pleased to direct and prosper all their counsels to the advancement of thy glory, the good of thy church, and the safety, honor, and welfare of all people. All this we ask in the name of Jesus Christ, our most blessed Lord and Savior. Amen. Amen. Together the Lord's Prayer. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen. And may the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, and the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us all now and forevermore. Amen.
The Senate is in session.
The messages from Her Excellency the President. Announcements by Your Honor the President.
With announcements, minutes of our meeting held on Monday, March 11th for deferral. Senator Cummins.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I beg to move that the aforementioned minutes be deferred.
The question is that the minutes of our meeting held on Monday, March 11th, 2024 be deferred. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye. Those against please say no. The next the ayes have it, those minutes are accordingly deferred. With further announcements, I have indications of late arrival from Senators Tate, Senator Drakes, and Senator Maynard. With further announcements, welcome some young people from our youth parliament. There are John Delaney, who is General Director of the South Caribbean Youth, the Methodist Youth Organization in Southern Caribbean. Cashon Brewster, Barbados Community College, and Clareberry Rullock of the Lester Vaughan Secondary School. Welcome. I trust that you'll find our sitting interesting. You've chosen one of the most important debates in the annual calendar of our Parliament, that is the approval of the expenditure for all of government, and of course associated policies and programs. So I trust you'll find it enlightening. Welcome Welcome, welcome.
Presentation of petitions, presentation of papers.
Senator comments. Papers.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I am commanded to lay the following documents. The Fiscal Risk Statement for 2024, the Department of Emergency Management's Comprehensive Disaster Management Policy for 2022.
Reports from select committees, questions to ministers, requests for leave to move the adjournment of the Senate on matters of urgent public importance, statements by ministers or parliamentary secretaries, personal explanations, motions relating to the business or citizens of the Senate, moved by minister.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order 45-2 for the remainder of today's sitting.
The question is that Standing Order 45-2 be suspended for the remainder of today's sitting. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye?
Aye.
Those against please say no. Meeting sides have it. Standing Order 45-2 is therefore suspended for the remainder of today's sitting.
Introduction of bills.
Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move the first reading of the following bill, the Appropriation Bill of 2024. This is the reading for the first time of the Appropriation Bill 2024.
The question is that the Appropriations Bill 2024 be read the first time. Will all honourable senators in favour please say aye? Those against please say no. Meeting sides have it.
Public business, sir.
Public business is now the order of the day.
Order number 3. In the name of the Honourable Leader of the Senate, to move the second reading of the Appropriation Bill 2024.
Senator Cummings.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I want to begin my presentation today, Mr. President, by acknowledging, as you have, that we have a number of young parliamentarians here joining us, and I want to acknowledge them and for their commitment to observing the proceedings of this legislative body, both in the other place and here, starting today in the upper chamber, which we call the Senate, casually. The work that you are observing here is of seminal importance to not just the people of Barbados today, but your generation in the future, because many of the policies that we will be articulating over the course of the next 3 days and what you have heard in the other place over the past few weeks in the estimates capture both the immediate, the short, the medium, and the long-term visioning of this administration for Barbados. And the implications of many of the decisions that we make today will be those decisions that you, as the future of our nation, will have the benefit of and be able to benefit from. And we want to commend you for demonstrating an active interest in these matters. There are countries, Mr. President, as you know, where our youth are not necessarily sitting at the table where decisions are being made, and decisions are being made on their behalf and in their name that will have long-reaching implications for their future. And that, Mr. President, is exactly what this year's estimates of expenditure really capture. What is the future Barbados that we want to live in? What does the Barbados of the future look like? What are we dealing with today, Mr. President? The continuum that is government, the continuum that is development policy, the continuum that is international relationships that help to impact on what we do nationally, and how those things impact our people today, how we are projecting and assessing that they will impact our people tomorrow, and how we are projecting that the generation coming behind us will be able to either benefit or be burdened by the decisions that governments of yesterday and today will take. And that is where I want to begin my presentation today, Mr. President. Mr. President, if you were to go through, every Barbadian were to take the time to go through the estimates of expenditure for 2024 to 2025, it will tell a story. It will tell a story of, on the one hand, cleaning up that which we inherited and positioning Barbados and our future for where we want to take it, dealing with the short run and the scenarios that we're presented with now, both external and domestic, and those things that we vision, that we see a Barbados in the future looking like. Because I can tell you, Mr. President, that as a Barbadian myself, I was not a young parliamentarian. I never joined youth parliament, but I know what it is to be a young activist myself. And I know what I wanted to see as the Barbados of my future. I know the Barbados that I wanted to see evolve. I wanted a Barbados that was visionary, a Barbados that was thinking about what kinds of policies and what kind of development constructs we should be positioning policy making to be able to deliver on for me as a young person. I agreed with some things and I disagreed vehemently with others. And as a government official now, I now have the opportunity to have my hand to the plow, to correct, to initiate, and to vision the long run. That is what, Mr. President, this government is about. That is what today's debate is about. And that is what the estimates of this upcoming financial year will share. Mr. President, I want to, if I were to put a thematic framing around my comments, it would be what goes in comes out. What goes in comes out. I grew up, Mr. President, in a Barbados where I have never known what it is like for my mother, a working class Barbadian who worked at the St. George Secondary School for all of my work, all of my life. I never knew what it was like, Mr. President, to have to pay to go to primary school. I never knew what it was like, Mr. President, to have to pay to go to secondary school. I even went to university, Mr. President, undergraduate and postgraduate. I did not know what it was like to have to go and pay at the point of receipt of education to pay for that. That is, Mr. President, the visioning of a government that started a policy, continued a policy, was interrupted by a government, but reinstated by a government, because that's the future that we see. And so I, as a Barbadian, understand that a part of my heritage, a part of us as a government and the development construct that we as a people, successive governments have always seen, is that our education trajectory positions us for a development pathway that we have set ourselves on, Mr. President. I know what it is like as well to be a Barbadian who joined the Foreign Service as a young officer at 21 years old and found myself dealing with international environment policy under another member who is sitting here now, at the time who was the line minister in this honourable chamber, who now sits here and is shaking their head because they feel that I date them whenever I say things like this. But I know what it is like, Mr. President, but that leadership, Mr. President, which focus on international environment policy, has now translated into a climate agenda. And you will see that as we go through these estimates. How does the climate crisis correlate to international environment policy as far back as 1997? How has Barbados as a government ensured the continuity that has been important to our people, Mr. President? We have, in these estimates, begun the process of looking at what goes in order to make sure we can capture what comes out. And what goes in, Mr. President, by way of revenue, whether that revenue comes by taxation or that revenue comes by raising debt, is what comes back out. And what comes back out is to fund and to support healthcare, education, our investment in climate adaptation, climate mitigation. What comes back out, Mr. President, is our investment in transport and works and making sure that we have roads that we can drive on. What goes in, Mr. President, is a direct correlation with what comes out. And the question, Mr. President, that was asked historically was, ask not what your country can do for you, but what you can do for your country. That goes back, Mr. President, to the notion of what goes in must come back out. And I want to begin by saying there has to be a correlation in this country and a conversation in this country around the relationship between taxation, the relationship between debt, and what we want to be able to have access to from our governments and what we have become accustomed to as Barbadians, Mr. President. I, Mr. President, grew up in my mind, always thinking analytically, always thinking about what was before me and what was seen and what was not seen. And I confess, Mr. President, that one of the things that drew me to the Barbados Labour Party as opposed to the Democratic Labour Party, was the fact that I hated the dumbing down conversation. I really hated it, Mr. President. The notion that you spoke to people as though they didn't understand things that were before them. The notion that you spoke to people and tried to be simplistic and score cheap political points without getting into the details of what really people needed to understand. The notion that you did not want to connect poor people and small businesses to what goes in must come back out. The notion that you did not want to educate and to share with people how government uses its revenue. So that when, Mr. President, we talk about healthcare, if I need to go into the Queen Elizabeth Hospital or I need to go to a polyclinic, I don't have to pull my pocket, Mr. President. And that is something to which we have become used to. It is an entitlement that we associate almost as a right. But those services that we are accustomed to have a cost. And those things correlate to what goes in. And this country is having a conversation under this government about what goes in by way of revenues, what revenues we raise, what debts we are assuming, where those debts come from, what they're being used for, Mr. President, and how they benefit people on the one hand, and our development trajectory at the big picture level. I am going to deal, Mr. President, during the course of my presentation today with both of them. First of all, Mr. President, I want to start by looking at expenditure. What does our expenditure look like? What are we spending on? So I'm looking at the out, and then I'm rationalizing it about what the in is. Because there is a conversation, Mr. President, that is emerging in this country where the government is spending more than it can raise. But at the same time, in the government spending more than it can raise, what are we spending the money on? Let me start, Mr. President, first by what we project during this upcoming financial year will be the expenditure of this administration. This administration is expecting, Mr. President, during the course of this year to have an increase in expenditure of approximately $862.2 million. This is around 26.2% from the 23 to 2024 figure. And we now have a revised figure in total, Mr. President, going from $3.294 million to $4.156 million. This is what is projected for expenditure. Wages and salaries, Mr. President, constitute a significant part of that. And when we speak about wages and salaries, Mr. President, the reason why we speak about wages and salaries so early up is because unemployment or employment in the country, the largest employer in this country is the government of Barbados, the largest employer. And as a consequence, our expenditure is always going to be highest on things like wages and salaries. We also have, Mr. President, a projection that we're likely to spend $62.8 million on goods and services. And I will come during the course of this presentation on what that expenditure looks like. Current transfers, Mr. President, current transfers relate to what government transfers from central government to state-owned enterprises that have a specific mandate in a specific sector to do specific things. Current transfers are expected to decrease, and they're expected to come in to somewhere around $61.8 million. Now, if you recall, I'm going to pause here for a moment, current transfers decreasing. The reality of it, Mr. President, is that in 2024, you are seeing a decrease in state-owned enterprises transfers from central government because when this government came to office in 2018, we found a scenario where central government's debt was in shambles. We had a fiscal crisis that the government had to attend to. But we also, over the course of the successive periods of months and even years, found ourselves in a position, Mr. President, where state-owned enterprises, because the way in which they are constructed, they have a level of independence from central government. So they use their balance sheets to borrow, they go to the market, they go to the commercial banks and they borrow monies, and those things oftentimes are not positively or even negatively correlated to central government's expenses. This administration, between 2018 and 2019, came to this honourable chamber and into the other place and passed sweeping legislation ranging from central bank to public finance management to ensure that those things can be brought to book. And why, Mr. President? Why? Because over the course of the period 2018 to 2019, 2019 to 2020, and even 2020 to 2021, Mr. President, we as a government found that state-owned enterprises had debts that had been assumed, not brought to book, and then had to be settled. So anyone who tells you that the debt in this country is unsustainable, they're not telling you, Mr. President, the whole story. They're not telling you that what we found and what we had to fix and what we are projecting for the Barbados of now and the Barbados of the future must take into account the baseline of our financial position. What is our financial position, Mr. President, at central government level and state-owned enterprise level? This government has wrestled to the ground the fiscal indiscipline of the previous government, both at central government level and at state-owned enterprises, to the extent where we have decreasing transfers as capital transfers from central government to state-owned enterprises. But I will come to what I want to focus on in a few moments. Interest payments. Mr. President, in 2024 to 2025, we will have interest payments that are expected to be in the vicinity of around $790.4 million approximately. And why, Mr. President? The Honourable Minister of Finance and the Prime Minister of this country, who has led the charge of financial and economic transformation in this country, has talked at great length over many, many years now, 6 years almost, about this matter. Borrowing money in, what goes in must come back out. Borrowing money, if I go to courts, Mr. President, let me not even use courts. Let me use a credit card. Mr. President, many people in Barbados have a credit card. You know what it is like when December rolls around and those fees roll over into the next year. You know, Mr. President, what a 21.5% interest rate looks like. You also know, Mr. President, what a 4% interest rate would look like and what the difference is that would make on your loans before the bank. If you go to the bank to consolidate your debt, you got a credit card here, you got an unsecured loan there, and you pull those things together in a dedicated debt instrument, and you go to the commercial bank. The commercial bank says, okay, I can pull these things together, and then I'm going to lend you the money to pay them off because your interest rate on your existing instruments are 21%, 11%, 15%. In some instances, you may get 10%. We're going to lend it to you. You're going to secure it by an insurance policy of some kind, and then you are going to get a lower interest rate because we have secured the capital. And the interest rate that you are going to get, Mr. President, could be 3%. If it's a mortgage, in some instances, it could be 5% in other instances. And so by lowering your interest rate, you then lower your interest payments and lower the cost of capital. The government of Barbados is doing what we do in our homes and in our personal finances all the time. The government of Barbados is seeking to lower interest rates because money saved on interest payments means that there's more money spent on the outbound side to service social services, health, education, and the kinds of things that I have already made reference to. And so increasing or decreasing interest payments will be important to this government. In contrast, Mr. President, the previous government borrowed at interest rates that were at best extortionary and at worst almost criminal. When we came to office in 2018, Mr. President, there was a bullet payment that we had to make in a very short space of time. And that interest rate from, I think it was Credit Suisse Bank at the time, would have increased and increased and increased. And why did it increase, Mr. President? There's an objective measure about the performance of this government on its fiscal management in terms of expenditure and its management of debt. What is that objective assessment, Mr. President? Ratings. Ratings. They rate us and they rated them. They rated them in continuous downgrades to our sovereign debt. They rated them by way of interest payments, Mr. President. Interest payments that were tied to debt ratings which continued to slide and interest rates went in the opposite direction. In our case, however, we have had upward ratings increases and downward interest decreases. And that, Mr. President, is the strongest statement of this government's management of Barbados' fiscal affairs. It has meant, therefore, that even though you have a wider contracting global economy as a result of things that have happened, like a pandemic globally, certainly there's no government that preceded ours that can say the world shut down for 2 years. There is no government, not the last one, not our government that preceded the last one, not the one before that. This government, with upgrades in our credit ratings, with strong commendations coming from every ratings agency, and the confidence that that has generated in inward investment, and the confidence that has generated from lending agencies by decreasing interest rate, have had a shutdown of the world. Nobody had to ask us if that was true. We lived it. All of us lived it, Mr. President. But yet, we still see the positive outlook and the positive commentary on this administration's fiscal management of our affairs. The only people in the world who don't see this are those who have a political and a partisan agenda, who aspire to be in a position to repeat the poor management that they had the last time on another occasion. What would have happened, Mr. President, if the government, who could not manage a 2008, as they would have it, global recession, and we found ourselves spiraling downwards? What would have happened if that was the government that was in office when the world shut down for 2 years? And yet they wish to speak with some great authority, moral authority, with some kind of expertise as to what the government should do and should not do. This government that could not manage a mere recession but would wish to tell us and to school us on how to manage a global shutdown. But we didn't even just have that, Mr. President. We didn't just have a global shutdown for 2 years. We had the leading driver of our economy shut down with it. I happen to know I was there. Had to keep your head above water at least for 2 years. Hold straight. Don't let it die completely. Position it so it could take off a little later on. When the world opens back up, that those words could even have been used by us is as bizarre as it could come, Mr. President. But we didn't just have that. We didn't just have that, Mr. President. In an apocalyptic moment, we then had the first hurricane in several years. And then we had asphalt that when we woke up in the morning, Mr. President, and we looked outside, we thought, what manner of sorcery is this? What has happened to the world? You couldn't have dreamt it, Mr. President. But yet, despite those things, here we are still with every objective agency giving a favorable review to this government's policies. Every objective review. So, Mr. President, I am in this role as that little girl who did not like the Democratic Labour Party's dumbing down of a population by trying to tell me the sky is pink when with my eyes I can see it blue. I am standing in this place as that little girl, now a government official, who would want the Democratic Labour Party to tell me that the sky is falling over Barbados' fiscal management when every other agency says no. But here's what we are spending on in terms of managing the government's resources. Has it been perfect? Have there been things that we wish could have been done differently? Oh, for sure. And I will speak about some of those things in my own ministry in a short time. But I'm not there yet. Mr. President, during the course of this last year, we also looked at a range of capital expenditure. Capital expenditure to focus on new development pathways that were important to us as a government and that captured the imagination of our people and inspired our young people. Mr. President, this morning, I live in St. George, and this morning, I had to make a stop on my way here. My own road, I wish it was being done, but it's not yet done. But when I drive down Market Hill, the road's smooth, Mr. President. When I drive down Salters, the road smooth, Mr. President. When I drive down by the bell just below Roberts manufacturing, the road smooth, Mr. President. I, as that little girl, never knew those roads in my lifetime to be smooth, ever. Mr. President, not ever. I used to avoid going to the plant place down in the Bell for all this time because I couldn't drive on the road. The road was awful. Market Hill, I used to avoid going that road because when I had to leave home and go to Warrens or any of those areas, I used to try to avoid the traffic in Charles Road Bridge and going around. So I would go across the top road. Cottage, I used to hate to drive across Cottage Road, Mr. President. The road smooth. Bridgecourt Terrace, the road smooth, Mr. President. I was driving and coming down, but I used to go and get dog food from the place down when it was in Laura Estate. Now I move up to Lears, both Laura Estate and Lears, the road smooth, Mr. President. And that's just in the areas that I would be taking to leave my house. So, Mr. President, when I hear the Honourable Prime Minister, when I hear the Honourable Minister with responsibility for transport and works talk about an accelerated mill and pave program, when I see in the estimates that we have a road rehabilitation program for this year, around $15.0 million and $30 million allocated overall from CAF, the Inter-American Development Bank, I don't just see what comes in by way of debt, Mr. President. I can see where it's going out. I can see where it is going out because my car tells the story. My shocks on my car, Mr. President, they tell the story. Mr. President, you know that sometimes I'm on the phone, in the car phone, in my car, and a person who knows me well will know where I am based on how my car phone sounds in the car because the road is in a state. I have had a diminishing of that happening as I have seen the roads rolled out, Mr. President. I have seen a diminishing of that because I got more smooth roads to drive on, Mr. President. The roads looking better, and not just major roads, because I will tell you, I used to get real confused. How many times we can do the highway though? I want us to see some of these secondary roads being done because I don't drive on the highway. I live in country. So I want to see some of these small roads being done. That is happening now, Mr. President, under this government. And it ain't just happening in the constituency of the minister with responsibility for Minister for Transport and Work right before an election as happened under the last government in St. Philip. It ain't just happening now, Mr. President, in certain areas. St. Thomas, Mr. President, is one of those constituencies that has suffered because they have always been a Labour Party stronghold historically. For the first time, Mr. President, roads are being done under this program. What goes in is coming out, and you can see it, Mr. President. But, Mr. President, there are those that would also wish to say that only some people are benefiting and not others. Let me deal with that here now. Right now. I am wasting the time on it, Mr. President, at all. You have historically seen, yes, large companies, because it is called an accelerated mill and pave program. So you are fixing the roads on an accelerated basis, moving ahead very quickly. And the reality of it is the Ministry of Transport and Works has all the engineers, has all the experts, has all the design services. And when they don't have the design services, Mr. President, they are able to benefit from them coming in. One of the things that others would wish to raise red herrings about, Mr. President, is consultants in the government. Mr. President, one of the consultants helping to advise on our roads program and our capital works infrastructure program is on secondment from the Caribbean Development Bank. They used to be responsible for projects and infrastructure in the CDB. This government, you will not see it in our estimates because they're not paid for by the government. And that will be the case that you will see in many other instances, whether it is the Global Climate Fund, whether it is the International Financial Corporation, whether it is the World Bank, whether it is the CDB, whether it is the European Investment Bank, you will see that all of the experts who have come in as consultants in support of this government's transformation program and our development trajectory are on secondment and being paid by these agencies who are buying in and supporting this government's vision for Barbados of the future. They are being supported, Mr. President, because people see where we came from. People see what we went through. People understood the challenges that Barbados faced, and they have come and lined up to support us. I will speak about how they are supporting us even in energy, Mr. President, because the challenges are real. So let us be very clear that what goes in, whether it is by revenue or by debt, is coming back out. You can see it. Mr. President, the Ministry of Agriculture, in their estimates presentation, spoke about the development of a tissue culture lab. There are those that have spoken about the agriculture sector and what is happening and what is not happening and so on. But Mr. President, the reason I put agriculture so early up in my own comments today is because, you know, I always go back to being a young person, especially on a day like today. And I could kill a cactus. It is the truth. I do not have a green thumb, even slightly. But I have a lot of respect for the people who do. And I want to create the nexus, Mr. President, between the agriculture sector and the Ministry of Health and why these things are important in a high-level framing. Mr. President, I eat everything. The only thing I don't like is okras and beets. I eat everything. I hate okras and beets. I really do. But I like to be able to go to the markets. I want to be able to go and buy the things that I see. But I watched on Netflix. I don't have a lot of TV time. But I was watching TV time. When I go home at night and I turn off, I try to get my brain to turn off, at least for 20 minutes before I sleep. In order to sleep, I want to watch something silly, mindless, and foolish on TV. So I'm going to lay down and I'm going to read something, watch something foolish. But I don't know what possessed me one night to watch this thing, You Are What You Eat. It's the worst thing I could ever have watched, Mr. President, because that girl who eats everything now is in trouble. Because these people were doing this experiment on twins. I don't know if the Honourable, my colleague from the Ministry of Health, has seen this show on Netflix. But they did an experiment on twins. And these twins, genetically identical in every possible way, and they fed them two different diets, one plant-based and one regular, including meat. And the results were astounding. But in so doing, they also showed the evolution of the chicken industry, the cattle rearing industry, even fish farming in the United States. And they talked about the correlation between industrial practices in agriculture and the health and wellness of people. And I was blown away because I felt as though the next day I was probably going to become a vegan, far less not even a vegetarian. Because the way that I saw this thing evolving, I was horrified. And that brought me then to think about how it translated into a Barbadian context. Our investment in agriculture, our investment in organic agriculture is so critical, Mr. President, so critical. Our investment in the development of new technologies to be able to stimulate agricultural production and to ensure we're able to deal simultaneously with that stimulation of agricultural production while managing pests, pesticides, monkeys, all of those other things that affect open field farming are critical. And they started to show how industrial transformation had affected the agricultural sector. I then came to the conclusion, because I started to think it through, Barbadian agriculture becomes even more important in terms of its investment and transformation capacity for the country because the industrial practices in major economies where we import food from is so critical to health that we can't take it for granted. And here's what I mean. When they showed in that video, Mr. President, what happens in fish farms, it made us understand the importance of open, wild-caught fishing. The fishermen who leave the jetties that this government has renovated, from Concept Bay to Western and Pile Bay, those jetties have all been, and those fishing villages have all been rehabilitated on this government after years of neglect. Oysters, all of the areas, Mr. President, I'm sure that others will speak about that over the course of the debate, but we have seen the transformation of those areas, Mr. President. Agriculture, you saw the Ministry of Agriculture introducing shade houses and to start the important feed program. And now in these estimates of expenditure, Mr. President, we have earmarked the development of a tissue culture lab for $25.3 million to invest in the further development of the agricultural sector in Barbados to increase production, improve yields, and to improve performance, Mr. President. But all of these things at a sectoral level, whether they range from the Smart Energy Fund at $10.2 million, further investment in the Botanical Gardens, $4.0 million, and now I want to come to the people component, these things are critical. This government has also been investing in people. And how have we been investing in people, Mr. President? The expectation is that capital transfers are expected to be at $113.1 million for this financial year. And what are some of the things that are expected to be invested in? The Trust Loan Fund, which I will speak to in my own presentation, at $2.0 million. The Urban Development Commission, which deals with persons in the urban corridor, $1.6 million. The Rural Development Commission, $2.5 million. The BIDC, or Export Barbados, $6.9 million. The Barbados Water Authority, which had the benefit of an $80 million grant going in as investment, and we will see a capital transfer into the Barbados Water Authority of $29.1 million. We also see the Barbados Defence Force and the Barbados Tourism Investment Inc. at $11.3 million. For the avoidance of doubt, the important tourism sector is not captured here as a transfer from central government because the BTMI, which is capitalized from the airport service charge, does not draw on public taxes. It is not drawn from the public purse. Travelers arriving and departing from the GAIA and the airport service charge, there is an allocation that is assigned to the Barbados Tourism Marketing Inc. for approximately $75 million, and the excess is in the consolidated fund. The BTMI and our tourism sector are financed by tourism activities directly and not from central government. So it meant then, Mr. President, that for this financial year, there was a need for us to close the debt financing gap. The deficit financing gap is estimated, Mr. President, at $1.069.7 million on the basis of the Accountants General, and this is meant to be financed in a couple of areas. Mr. President, these are the major activities that are meant to be financed during the course of the financial year, this year, 2024, and I want to focus on this in great detail, not at a high level, because my colleagues will go into it in greater detail. A subvention, Mr. President, of $100.9 million to the Queen Elizabeth Hospital for its operations. A transfer of $10.4 million for the elderly care program under the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs. That's going to be dealt with a little later on. Invest Barbados, which deals with investment attraction into this country, will be allocated the sum of $8.2 million. And under the CAF program, which I've already dealt with, we have $15.0 million. To the University of the West Indies, education. A subvention of $98.4 million on the one hand for economic costs and $32.7 million for tuition fees will go to the University of the West Indies. This government, Mr. President, the government that reinstated tuition fees for Barbadians to the University of the West Indies after the party that carries Errol Barrow's name and his legacy and speaks in great exalted language about their commitment to education, neither wanted to have education for the University of the West Indies, nor wants to transform the education sector. We will speak about that during the course of today's debate, Mr. President. The Welfare Department, you have heard the Honourable Minister who is responsible for the Welfare Department and People Empowerment speak about the number of persons that they are treating to. You've heard them speak about the transformation of the agencies that are there to deliver people. And so let me speak for a moment here about that. This government in 2018 came in on a mandate of mission critical. Then we got into mission existence, because there was almost an existential crisis. We never called it so, but that's what I call it today. Now, we are on a trajectory of mission transformation. What must be made fit for purpose in a 2024 environment that was not styled in that way when it was first created 10 years ago, 20 years ago. There is no one in this country who believes that the Barbados we live in now is the Barbados we lived in pre-pandemic. There is no one who believes that the Barbados we live in today is the Barbados we lived in when this Barbados Labour Party left office in 2008. There is no one that believes that this Barbados in 2024 is the Barbados of 1966 when we were independent. There's no one, unless you have an agenda to mislead and to dumb down the public. And so what is fit for purpose in this environment is something that occupies the attention of this government. It is for that reason, Mr. President, you have heard this government announce that associated with the transfers to the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, that the consolidation of social service agencies, the Child Care Board, the Welfare Department, all of those agencies are now to be consolidated, not because this government is tinkering with agencies, but because this government lives under the mantra, face it and fix it, face it, fix it, face it, fix it. What is the problem that we have to face? Over how many other years have we talked about whether these departments are functioning as they should be? Over how many other years have we talked about whether people are empowered, whether they have the tools, the skills to be able to deliver, whether they are effectively funded, Mr. President? Is this the mechanism that works best for people, for service delivery? And that is why you may hear the Democratic Labour Party talking about tinkering with agencies, because they want us to think small. They want us to think only parochial. They don't want us to think about transformation. That is not the Democratic Labour Party way, but it's the Barbados Labour Party way to always think about transformation. So we are going to continue, as they call it, tinkering with agencies, because they must be made fit for purpose in this 2024-2025 Barbados. They must serve people better than they served them last year, Mr. President. That is who we are as a Barbados Labour Party government. And so our social agencies are being transformed. In my presentation, which I will come to very shortly, we will talk about the next age of transformation in terms of energy and in business. I will speak in great detail about Business Barbados in as much as I can for now. So we have, Mr. President, also further allocations for a change management unit in the Ministry of Education. And that change management unit, Mr. President, is $1.6 million. And let us be very clear as I continue to talk about people. People empowerment, Mr. President, in terms of welfare and so on, those are transformations that keep those who are the most vulnerable provided for. They create that safety net for those who are the most vulnerable. But every economist, every development specialist, every person who has been trained in social policy will tell you, Mr. President, that the way to keep people out of poverty, the way to increase people's incomes is through education, training, and capacity building. How can this government not tinker with education, Mr. President? How could we not touch education, Mr. President? How is that possible? If we are about the poor, if we are about the small man, if we're about people, and education is the conduit through which people's incomes increase and their opportunities improve, how do we not produce those opportunities for people, Mr. President? It is the dumbing down of the Barbados public that the Democratic Labour Party has to stop. It has to elevate its conversation with the public, Mr. President. Stop throwing out these red herrings to keep people excitable, vexed, angry, without showing them how we can bring their position to a higher level, Mr. President, through education. That is what this government says, through making sure agencies are fit for purpose, Mr. President. That's what this government says. That's what we are doing, Mr. President. And so, yes, there is a change management unit within the Ministry of Education, because you can't just bring transformation and major change that benefit people. Mr. President, look, there are some members that sit on this side who today are wearing a tie that I have great objections to, but that's only because of who they are. But I'm going to explain to you, Mr. President, this morning, I would have liked to go to assembly at the St. Michael School to celebrate their girls. No, I wasn't at Springham, Senator Marchanta, You go on there. But here's what I will say in this environment, Mr. President. Here's what I will say in this context. Many people misconstrue why I am so supportive of the St. Michael School and the children at the St. Michael School. Mr. President, I know what it was to be that little girl that didn't have the brand name. I know what it was, Mr. President. I went to one of the so-called top schools, yes. I know what it was to walk into those schools and see all the people driving in their big cars and having their fancy last names and you know, they went to the fancy private schools. I know what it was like to be that little girl. My mother was the school secretary at St. George Secondary School, right? I know what that felt like. And so, Mr. President, I am also conscious that today, as I stand, there are young people in St. Michael's School who feel today how I felt then, who don't feel as though they belong, who don't feel as though they are anybody compared to the somebodies that are in our school. Because Barbados, let's be honest with ourselves, that's how Barbados oftentimes is. You gotta be somebody or know somebody or related to somebody. Even in those schools, you know what it was like to feel that way, Mr. President. So I go back all the time. I go back and I support my school, not because it is my school, but because there are children who are that little girl today that I was a few years ago. I ain't going there, y'all, but a few years ago, Mr. President, they can see that with hard work, with access to education, with investment from parents and support from governments, that you can be anything that you are capable of being. That there's nothing that is too big for you. So I go back all the time, Mr. President, because I'm committed to inspiring them the way others inspired me, Mr. President. So this government will tinker with education because education is what got everybody in this chamber sitting around this table today, Mr. President. Education is what gave us the opportunities to do the things that we wanted to do that we never thought possible, Mr. President. We will tinker with education because the education sector of 2024 is not what it needs to be in 2025 for the young parliamentarians who are sitting with us here today, Mr. President, for those who are on the outside in our schools, Mr. President, and it cannot remain the education sector that I went through in 1987. I had to catch myself. 1987 when I went into secondary school. It cannot be. And any government or aspiring government who thinks so is short-sighted and does not deserve to be running this country because they are standing in the faces of young people whose dreams are no less legitimate than those of us who climbed up those ladders, Mr. President. They're standing on the dreams of those young people. And it is an elitist mindset that wants to hold on to the vestiges of a past that should all along have been put behind us, Mr. President. And I want to commend this government, of which I am proud to be a part, for having the fortitude, I was going to say the testicular fortitude, Mr. President, but I pulled it back. The fortitude to be willing to tackle a subject, Mr. President, that those who sit in exalted corridors and speak in rarefied languages and breathe rarefied air speak about it as if it is untouchable. But it must be touched, Mr. President. It must be touched. We will also be putting resources in, $6.9 million going back to the University of West Indies and Agriculture Training Institute and the UWI Center for Food Security and Entrepreneurship. We will, as well, Mr. President, be investing $11.9 million in the school's digital technologies program. We expect to have those investments made there as well. Mr. President, as part of this government's development trajectory and making sure that we are accounting not just for those people today, but those of tomorrow, we will also be developing, and you have heard the Honourable Prime Minister speaking about the creation of Fiscal and Growth Councils. What happened in 2008 to 2018 must never happen in this country again, Mr. President. It must never be allowed to happen in this country again. And there are those who will walk around and who will act as though it wasn't me. They're playing the "it wasn't me" the shaggy game. It wasn't me, it was somebody else. Or they will associate themselves with a legacy that is so tainted and so stained that you wonder, what does that represent about how you would lead if you were given the opportunity, Mr. President? If poor management is what you associate yourself with, well then, Mr. President, I grow concerned about what you would give if foisted on the people of Barbados. Because then we can expect more of what was offered before. But this government, $1.3 million has been provided each for the Fiscal Council, which will treat to, and their members who sit around exalted tables to focus on Barbados' fiscal management and make sure that outside of the hallways of political leadership, that there are those who have skills, expertise, knowledge, and visions in those areas, both for fiscal and growth areas, to be able to add their voices and their expertise in the interests of our people, Mr. President. And those are some of the high-level areas that we have seen evolving over time. During the course of the next 2 days, well, 3 days in total, you will hear from the representatives on this side a breakdown of the specific ministries that will be covered in the estimates. And I will not go into their specific details, but you will hear ministry by ministry by ministry, head by head, what the government is spending on and why. And so I want to kick it off today from my side to use the time remaining for my own presentation to speak about my own ministry, Mr. President. Now, Mr. President, the Ministry of Energy and Business has perhaps one of the smallest allocations in the estimates of expenditure in terms of resources. $45 million have been earmarked for the Ministry of Energy and Business. And if you consider that all things in the country are energy-driven or business-related, that may seem like it is an inadequate amount, Mr. President. I want to enter, therefore, a document of the House, make a document of the House, a paper. I'll read it out in a short while. But, Mr. President, the Ministry of Energy and Business deals with all things energy related. And when I say all things energy related, I am speaking about both the traditional energy sector by way of fossil fuels, whether it is heavy fuel oil for asphalt, heavy fuel oil for marine, heavy fuel oil for bunkering, heavy fuel, gasoline, diesel, aviation fuel. All of those things are imported into the country for different purposes. It also deals, Mr. President, with the renewable energy transition process, and I will speak in great detail about that during the course of my presentation. But we are also the ministry with responsibility for business, and I am going to speak about issues ranging from Business Barbados, the cost of living, Mr. President, our monitoring of prices, the historical prices compact and where it stands now. And I'm also going to speak about the business environment overall and what it means to do business in this country. But I want to enter into the record as a document to the House, a document which is a central bank research paper. The title of the paper, Mr. President, is the estimation of the pass-through effect of international food and energy prices on domestic prices, the case of Barbados. I'll read it again. The estimation of the pass-through effect of international food and energy prices on domestic prices, the case of Barbados. I am not going to be part of any discussion that attempts to fool Barbadians into thinking that a government, any government, has full control over prices in a country where 90% of what we consume is imported, including inflation, Mr. President, including inflation. I don't want to dumb down Barbadians into thinking that if I promise you I can control prices, you can give me my vote when the next election gets called. I am not in that with them. Here's what I want to do, because I believe that Barbadians are some of the most intelligent people I know. And when you explain things to Barbadians without either talking down to them or trying to dumb them down, that they understand what is there, but they expect simultaneously that a government will do what is within its control to protect them, in particular, the most vulnerable, Mr. President. So in this paper, it talks about a range of things. It talks about international energy prices. It talks about international production prices, first cost, and then it speaks in turn about how those things in the pass-through effect impact Barbados. It said this, Mr. President, a 10% increase in international energy and food prices is estimated to lead to higher domestic inflation of 7.5% and 3.4% respectively. In the short run, in the immediate term, the impact is much lower at 0.6% and 0.2% respectively, but in the longer run, it is a significantly higher domestic inflation effect. It goes on to say, Mr. President, in addition, the direct effects of the general price level, indirect inflationary effects may also arise because international energy input costs are typically passed on from producers, not importers, it says producers, to consumers, which in turn may lead potentially to higher wage demands. They found that oil price innovations resulting from supply and global economic shocks impact consumer prices more readily than oil-specific demand shocks due to an offsetting appreciation. It goes on to speak about a range of things, Mr. President, that I won't get into, but I wanted to make sure that I captured this part where it says, the indications are that the oil price pass-through to domestic prices was increasing because of the significance of oil inputs in the overall business cost structure of external producers, thereby making firms more responsive to commodity price fluctuations. That is not the government of Barbados speaking. That is not the political class speaking. This is a working paper of the central bank, which estimated the pass-through effects of imported inflation in external prices onto domestic prices. Mr. President, we have no control as a government over those externalities. Prime Minister said in her other statements in the other place about exogenous shocks, she called it a big fancy word, and it is, but things that happen beyond our borders. We have no control. There are those, Mr. President, who know better, but don't want to believe because in their hearts, they want to support a Democratic Labour Party narrative. In their hearts, they are yearning for a Democratic Labour Party narrative, even though they know that what they're saying is not accurate. They may not be those that come out and call themselves Democratic Labour Party supporters, but you know by their thinking, when you see people who know better, who should say better, but don't, in their hearts, they want you to believe something that they know is not true, Mr. President. So what has this government done to manage the pass-through effect of international prices, both in energy and in commodities, on the domestic consumer, Mr. President? I sit in a position, Mr. President, where the Barbados National Oil Company and the Barbados National Petroleum Corporation both sit under my ministry in terms of the importation of oil prices, and the ministry with responsibility for commerce also sits under my review. Mr. President, I can say to you, and I have said it in a previous discussion, that we have in 2020, 2022, I think it was, I want to make sure I find it properly, find it and I use it correctly. In November of 2023, Mr. President, this is what I want to use because it gave us the oil import figures for 2023 up to October. It said to us, Mr. President, that fuel imports in 2023 as of October, the year had not yet ended, but the fuel import bill for this country was close to over $900 million. For the previous period, it told us it was about $800 million. In 2021 and in 2020, well, 2020 and 2021, those are the COVID years, it went down to $500 odd million when consumption and demand consumption was at its lowest. And prior to 2019, we were somewhere around $600 million. But at the highest, the volatility in international fuel prices, international oil prices per barrel in particular, meant that by 2023, we had the highest import bill for fuel products that had been recorded in the last 5 years. So, Mr. President, it meant that the inflation to which I have just referred was being imported as a consequence, as defined by that paper that I have entered as a document to the House, as a result of the oil pass-through inflation. Consumer prices also globally increased. Mr. President, we in the Commerce Department also did an assessment of what those external factors are. We found the fuel prices, yes, but we also then did an assessment, Mr. President, of what international freight prices look like. Mr. President, after the pandemic, international freight prices went to an all-time high of 500% increases. During the pandemic, we saw those prices being maintained between 200% increase at its lowest and 500% at its highest. Those resulted in a pass-through, Mr. President, that we qualify as imported inflation. Add oil prices, add increasing freight prices. By 2022, Mr. President, we started to see oil freight prices coming back down. By 2022, Mr. President, we started to see that from the Far East, from Europe, in particular Turkey, and Far East Asia, more generally, we saw those prices begin to stabilize. Still higher than 2019 levels, but we saw them begin to stabilize. The majority of our imports, however, Mr. President, in terms of food in particular, come from North America. Those prices remained at 300% above 2019 levels as at 2022, and they continued at that same level in 2023. These are the independent and objective assessments, Mr. President, of what the externalities are. But what did this government do? We cannot control, because we do not own the shipping industry. We cannot control international freight prices, so we can't touch that. But what did we do? We capped the freight prices at 2019 levels, where we could manage the parts of it that are passed through once the goods are landed in country. What else did we do, Mr. President? We also then introduced a prices compact, where we engaged with the private sector to have a cap on markups. Because if the private sector is bringing in these products which have increased first costs, increased shipping costs, increased logistics arrangements, and those prices have increased, then, and they turn and add a markup that could be in some instances up to 30%, it means that the pass-through inflation rate is even exacerbated further by an increase in markups. So we capped with their agreement the prices compact for 2 years. Their markups at 12.5% on the basic basket of goods. If I want to go and buy fancy items, Mr. President, that may be a choice. But the things that Barbadians use on a regular basis to feed their families were put into a prices compact and capped at a markup of no more than 12.5%. That was within this government's control to do, and that this government did. Mr. President, we also want to put into the mix here that the government then made a determination at the level of the port fees to then cap the port fees beyond, initially 7.5%, and then they went to a 15% cap on port fees, port charges. At least those goods coming through the Bridgetown port. We accept that many of the goods are sent directly to the consignee, and so those are the items that this government may not have control over because they're privately run, but through the government's port, the charges from the port were capped at 15%. Those are the actions, Mr. President, of a government that has committed to intervening where it can see that there's imported inflation, but where they have control, they have introduced measures. We, as a government, Mr. President, have introduced measures to be able to cap the pass-through on the consumers. Is it something that we're going to throw our hands up, Mr. President, and say, we ain't got no control over it, we can't do it, and we can introduce price controls? The economists, Mr. President, who sit among us, when they had the conversation around it, every single economist in the room, even those that have objective views or have divergent views is what the word I was looking to use, do not agree that price controls are an effective mechanism to use to manage prices. They have not seen any instances where price controls have worked effectively in any market. So price controls, Mr. President, were not a mechanism that we felt could be used, and they could not be objectively imposed, but we sat with the business community, and we continue to sit with the business community. And as I speak now, there are proposals that the business community has raised that are being given active consideration on how we can further intervene where it lands at the border. As long, Mr. President, as the food item lands at the government, lands at our borders, that is where this government has given the assurance that we will intervene as long as we can. Now, Mr. President, I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on that alone, because there's a big ticket item that I want to spend as much time as I can on dealing with, and that's the energy sector. I want to talk about the energy sector. Mr. President, I have given everybody, I almost say to people, my phone number is like salt, pot salt at that. Everybody got my number. Just call me for yes and for no when it comes to the ministry. Mr. President, I want to make it clear that the policy of this government is not about favoring any individual entity or giving anyone a platform to raise themselves upon. The agenda of this government, Mr. President, has been focused on people, and I want to talk about who those people are. Mr. President, there was a lady who called me the other day. She called me because she had emailed the office and the others had spoken to her, but she wanted to talk to me to tell me what her issues were. She said, Minister, I retired a few years ago. I got her gratuity. She was a nurse, Senior Minister. She was a nurse and she retired. And from her gratuity, she wanted to use her gratuity funds to invest in a solar PV system to be able to put that on her roof so that she could supplement her now fixed income from pensions to be able to get an additional source of income by way of her PV as an investment. She said, but I can't get connected. Them tell me that they ain't got no more space on the grid. So I know how to pay the bank, Mr. President. I got to pay the bank, and I know drawing from my pension to pay my bills and pay the bank for an investment that I wanted to be able to be a source of revenue for me. What goes in must come out, right? In her case, she paid out and she was hoping that something was coming in. That's one person who is a nurse, Mr. President. I have EPC contractors who went and started new businesses. They are small business owners, Mr. President, and they wanted to take advantage since 2016 of what they saw was the upstream of a new and emerging sector in the energy transition industry, Mr. President. So they started new businesses, but because they can't get connected to the grid, they are thinking about having to lay off workers, people who they brought in to work with them, Mr. President. Some of them feel as though the companies that they founded are now insecure because they don't know where they're going to go next, Mr. President. I know of a case, Mr. President, where a larger investor in this instance, because it's not just small people, they're all Barbadians, had a piece of land that a family member left for them. And they took that land. They didn't want to build a house because the house would have been securitized differently, but the panels themselves constituted the security for the banks. So they went and they took up the land and invested in building a ground mount system, not even just on their roof, a ground mounted system, and they wanted to be able to get this thing done. They too have come close to the end of their career, and they want to be able to have an investment. They can't get connected, Mr. President. These are rural people, though. I'm being told by some in here that includes them. These are rural people that while we posture and parade, these are rural people that can't get connected to the grid, and whose livelihoods, whose retirement funds, whose gratuities are being eaten up because they're paying out for that which they can't get back. It's a real issue, real people. My number being like pot salt means that my phone has been on fire for the last year that I have sat in this seat, Mr. President. I have had people who have gone to the Light and Power and have come back to me to say, I went to Light and Power, but they tell me they can't connect me, Mr. President. It's a real thing. I don't have panels on my house, and when people come and they haven't started yet, and they ask me what I would recommend, I say, don't do it yet. We actually had to make a decision in June of last year as a government to protect people, because policy is fantastic. And I believe that Barbados has one of the most aggressive and ambitious energy transition agendas in the world. There are countries that are watching us globally. When I go to IRENA, when I go to ADIPEC, when we go to COP, when we go to wherever, people are watching Barbados's energy transition agenda. And they're watching it impressively, because they're like, we want to do what Barbados is doing. We want to be where Barbados says it sees itself. So by 2035, we too want to be able to join Barbados in deriving 100% of us electricity from renewable sources. But there are the mechanics of getting that done. And what are the mechanics? Investment in grid expansion, upgrades of the grid, and most importantly, in this moment, Mr. President, the ability for us to onboard storage to be able to expand the capacity of the grid. This is not something that the Barbados Labour Party has said. It is not. I want to go, Mr. President, and enter as a matter of fact that we have spent a lot of time, Mr. President, with international experts who have not become experts in Barbados, who have not become self-appointed experts, but experts who have worked in the energy sector globally. Experts who have worked in countries that I can't call the number of countries that they have worked in. And I want to take this moment then to acknowledge their contribution. When we started to realize last year, when I joined the ministry, that we have the opportunity to be able to solve the problem of getting storage onto the system, we then were able to get the benefit of development partners who signed on. Mr. President, we have now the following partners working with us. I have shared some of them in previous contributions, but I want to go into even more detail about the ones that have since come on board since the last time I spoke. I did speak with you in November of last year about the Rockefeller Foundation, the Bezos Fund, and the IKEA Fund that has been funding the GAP project, the Global Alliance for Energy, People and Planet. Prime Minister would have launched that partnership in COP last year in Dubai. And so we have them coming on board. But Mr. President, we don't have any storage experts in this country. We don't. We then were able to get the benefit under that partnership of dedicated, embedded storage experts to advise at no cost the government of Barbados. And I want to recognize the Regulatory Assistance Project, the National Regulatory Energy Program, both out of the United States with offices in 55 countries around the world. And so when I say that they are international experts, Mr. President, they are international experts and they have done this globally. One of them was birthed by the U.S. Department of Energy. This is NREL, National Regulatory Energy Project. Laboratory. They were birthed out of the U.S. Department of Energy, and they have worked around the world on storage supporting countries like Barbados. The International Financial Corporation, Mr. President, has given us dedicated storage experts and also modeling experts. And so they are working with us not just on storage, but also on wind, onshore wind in particular. All of those things have been brought to the table with this government. We started last year in December then to undertake the process in collaboration with this team, which then has included the Fair Trading Commission, all of the stakeholder partners, all of the government agencies, Ministry of Finance, everyone, because this is no one-man show. It is too complex and too multi-layered and too interdisciplinary to attempt it to be a one-man show. It really is interdisciplinary. And so we have treated to it in that way. How are these things to be accomplished? With the consumer in mind on the one hand. How are these things to be accomplished? With the technology in mind. We now sit, Mr. President, through NREL on a global industry technology transformation team with responsibility for sitting at the table at all times with all of the global producers of storage, so that when we are in a position to procure storage, that we are sitting at the table with the industry development specialists to be able to procure at the best price the cutting edge technology through a negotiated partnership with Rockefeller. These are the things that are ongoing as we speak, Mr. President. So the notion that we're just going to market and picking up storage, for example, at the first price that we find it is a nonsense. It means you're sitting outside of what is actually happening. And I want to take the opportunity and the time to share what is happening so people are aware. We have been affirmed, we have been assured by our partners that in collaboration with them, they will sit at the table before us with industry partners, in particular lithium ion and all the new emerging technology batteries that are available to be able to procure the best technology at the best price. The proposal at this stage, Mr. President, is that it will be below market price because the implications of onboarding storage as an additional layer in the consumer pricing of electricity is something that we as a government, where we can control it, we face it, we fix it. We want to minimize the cost of storage to the procurer in order to minimize the pass-through effect to the consumer. And so it means, Mr. President, that the international partners that we have found, we have therefore brought them to the table to make sure we are getting the best cost and the best technology options that are available. And for whose benefit? The consumer's benefit, Mr. President, to be able to ensure that people who pay the electricity bill don't see a further charge on it. The fuel adjustment clause is already in there, Mr. President, and I have spoken about the increases in pricing for fuel prices globally. So if we saw in 2023, in October alone, over $900 million in fuel pricing coming in, that is going to be reflected in the fuel adjustment clauses on our electricity bills, Mr. President. So we have, as a government, to mitigate that pass-through to the consumer. And that is what is happening now at the level of the government. I do not speak on matters that are before quasi-judicial bodies, and so you will not see me doing that ever, including not in here. That is not my role, and so we leave quasi-judicial matters for where they rightfully belong. However, what I will say, and I will give the country the assurance, Mr. President, that all of the work that we are doing now is in the interest of, one, meeting the renewable energy transition goals that we have set, two, ensuring that we can lower the cost of electricity to consumers, and three, that we can address the climate crisis that Prime Minister has been speaking about and our teams have been leading on globally, because these are the things that constitute a future for Barbados and a future for our young people. Mr. President, in the few minutes that I have remaining, I want to spend some time on Business Barbados as well. Are you? Okay. I want to spend some time on Business Barbados because I'm going to connect it as well to the energy sector. Mr. President, Business Barbados, I've spoken about it here before. Mr. President, you, in your previous life, were a minister with responsibility for international business. You, in a previous life, were a minister with responsibility for industry. You understand the pain points that people are experiencing as it relates to business facilitation in this country, Mr. President. You are no stranger to this. You know this better than most. Mr. President, I have said recently I had the honor to be one of the persons who assessed the budget the day after with the Chamber of Commerce. It's a nonpartisan space, and I would not have attempted to politicize it. And so I dealt with it as it was and gave the respect to the Chamber that it deserved, along with my colleague, Senator Chad Blackman. When we spoke about Business Barbados, Mr. President, we talked about the issues that came up over time. Mr. President, I talked about the people who call my phone and my pot salt number. My pot salt number is on Kaipo too, Mr. President. Mr. President, when I first came to office, I said it then and I say it now. 9 out of 10 calls came to me, not even on energy initially, but on Kaipo. All the things that were problematic about Kaipo. But Mr. President, I don't want to go into Business Barbados and what we plan to do without acknowledging the people who work in Kaipo. Because I am not that leader who bastardizes or trivializes the people who work in his space. I'm not that at all. I have people who will go into places like the licensing authority, Mr. President, and who would want to lambaste the officers sitting in front of them at a counter. But Mr. President, I am here to say today that our public servants, in my view, my experience has been that the majority of our public servants are just as frustrated in some instances as the public is, because they know what the systems need to be and what they would want to recommend and what changes they want to see made. Kaipo has been no different, Mr. President. Kaipo has been no different. Kaipo is an agency, Mr. President, that has been given the responsibility of facilitating business facilitation in the country. Kaipo is the entity that is a creature of legislation, creature of statute. The Companies Act, they are responsible for administering the Companies Act. In fact, they have over 18 pieces of legislation that they are responsible for administering, Mr. President. When I first came to this ministry, they also were dealing with, along with the International Business Unit, the issues facing the international business sector and the OECD. We were dealing with reporting on economic substance, Mr. President. We were dealing with ensuring that the FHTP reporting processes were completed. We were dealing, Mr. President, with ensuring that annual returns were filed and bills of sales were accessible to lawyers to be able to complete transactions. We were dealing with any number of issues, Mr. President, that were critical to day-to-day life in the country for business people, but also for international business. We were dealing with any number of issues, Mr. President, and CAIPO has not been staffed or would have been affected by staffing deficiencies, just like the regular public service would have been. They simply have not had the manpower to be able to do the kinds of things in the time frames that they would want to be able to do it. In 2019, Mr. President, there were monies allocated to do a corporate digital registry project. That project is ongoing and the transformation is still underway. We are now in a position, and I'm happy to announce that we are now in the process of beginning phase 3 of that corporate digitalization transformation process in CAIPO to be able to ensure that we're able to make the changes that are necessary. But here's what I want to make the point about, Mr. President. I am sure that when you were there, that there may have been 10 steps that were being used to complete a transaction from start to finish. In 2024, Barbados is not the Barbados in 2024 that it was in 1994. It's not this Barbados, it was in 1984, 1974. And so a Companies Act that has not been reformed in its entirety over time, that still calls for certain things to be done. We are now, Mr. President, we paused and we began the process of deconstructing and reconstructing. If it was 10 processes then, what does it need to be now? What are the things that are fit for purpose in 2024 Barbados? And so Business Barbados is now being repositioned to not just be a new name on an existing agency, but to completely transform what this agency is supposed to do. I am pleased to announce, Mr. President, that as part of this transformation, we're not just putting lipstick on a pig. We are, Mr. President, right now we have comprised, just as we saw in the estimates of expenditure for the Ministry of Education and Change Management team, we have assembled a full change management team. That change management team includes the following: a labor relations consultant who is responsible for leading the negotiations and the discussions with the labor union partners on what is going to happen with the workers who are currently there and who will transition by their choice into a new entity. What I want to say here is that no worker is meant to be disadvantaged at all in this process. The expectation is that workers either will opt to remain with central government or they will opt to go over to Business Barbados, but that is to be a choice entirely made by them, and they will be shepherded through that process by the labor relations consultant in collaboration closely with their labor union, Mr. President. We also have a change management coordinator, Mr. President, because changing structures and changing names is not change. We have to make sure that the culture, the processes, every element of the process is transformed. We have a change management lead and a transition coordinating team, Mr. President. We have a business forecast modeling lead, Mr. President, because we need to understand how this process is going to be capitalized. In this estimates of expenditure, Mr. President, we have $7 million allocated in expenditure on the creation of Business Barbados, and that is meant to be the initial seeding of the entity. And by that, what do I mean? Mr. President, how many times have we had to go down to Baobab Towers for what we consider to be a simple transaction and had to go multiple times, Mr. President? We want to be able to take the majority of those services online. Mr. President, how many times has that older person who may not be as technology savvy as some of us would need to go into Baobab Towers because the technology just isn't working for them or they simply don't know how to do it, Mr. President? The new Business Barbados will have kiosks established, not just in Baobab Towers, but it is my vision that we also have kiosks established in different parts of the country where people, as they go about conducting their day-to-day life, in a mall, in a post office, wherever they are, they can find a kiosk on a distributed scale that allows people to conduct business in a seamless way if they need dedicated help. Mr. President, how many times have we seen that person who wants to go and open a small business and they have to go and find an attorney and the attorney has to help them incorporate the business? But here's what happens then, Mr. President. Once the business is incorporated, what happens? I cannot count the number of people who have come to me to say, well, when my business was incorporated, Lisa, nobody didn't tell me that I had to file annual returns. Nobody didn't tell me that I need to do that every year. And so by the time they realize it, years down the line, they have never filed annual returns and there's a penalty. We aim to get in front of that with a dedicated education program so people know what is required of establishing a business, but also there will be the establishment of a dedicated legal aid support program that guides people not just through the startup of a new business, but shepherds them through how to treat to it on an annual basis. So I may not know, because I'm a new business owner, by definition, what I know how, I'm not supposed to know. I'm supposed to figure it out, or I'm supposed to get advice, or I'm supposed to research it. But sometimes you have to be able to help people to help themselves. We as a government are committed to helping people to help themselves. So the dedicated legal support is going to not only help you to set up the business in the first instance, but it will flag you on an annual basis. It's almost time for your annual returns to be filed. Have you done this? It's almost time for you to submit this information. Have you done this? And a reminder, you're almost time. These are the things that are going to be there. As I speak right now, Mr. President, there is a dedicated team also looking at customer experience. That is a huge part of what every government needs to do. And customer experience covers a range of things. What is that people want us to do, though? What is that people are struggling with? What is it that people have experienced at Kaipo that you never want them to experience again? And so an entire team is dedicated to focusing on customer experience. They're running focus groups. They're designing what those new services look like. And the design of Business Barbados will capture all of those things that I have outlined. What will Business Barbados then be in a position to do, Mr. President, if we have our way as a government? The expectation is that there will be for Business Barbados a one-stop shop that caters from the biggest international business, if we so want to call it that, to the smallest small business coming that is incorporating as a sole proprietor. Everybody in a single space. Mr. President, I also want to be sure, if I have my way as the minister with responsibility for the creation of Business Barbados, that what we promise is what we deliver. There's nothing worse than opening a pack of potato chips, Mr. President, and half of it is air and cold. We don't want to do that. We're not doing that with Business Barbados. We're not over-promising and under-delivering. It is the reason why we're taking time to do this well and to do it properly, to deliver for the business community and for the people of Barbados who are doing business in this country, Mr. President. And if someone may say to me, and they might say so rightfully, that $7 million is not enough to be able to do this, they may be right, Mr. President. But that is why I have upfront said it is to be seeded with $7 million. And why did we say $7 million upfront? Where did that figure come from? When we were looking at Business Barbados and we were looking at Kaipo, Mr. President, Kaipo had an allocation on an annual basis coming from central government of approximately $4 million. $4 million was coming from central government to Kaipo. In contrast, what goes in, what comes out, we also then saw that the revenue generation from Kaipo through services offered by that agency amounted to $7 million, and that went into the consolidated fund. So we made the determination, Mr. President, that if Kaipo on its own is able to raise through fees and charges $7 million on an annual basis, we will seed it initially with that $7 million, and any additional resources that would then be necessary to take it through the rest of the financial year once the board has been established and the leadership has been in place, that would then be provided for. So you will see in these estimates that the $7 million is captured under the transfers to Business Barbados. Now, we were hoping to be able to get Business Barbados started externally by April 1. But the kind of work that I have just outlined requires us to do it properly, not empty bag of potato chips that cold on the inside. We want to make sure it is well designed and caters to people. People both globally and people locally. Mr. President, I can't tell you, and I'm sure you've experienced this as well, when some of the persons who represent the CSTPs, CTSPs, when they come in, corporate trust service providers, when these persons come, they represent companies that have operations in Barbados, in Cayman, in Turks, wherever else they're functioning. And sometimes it is hard for them. It is as hard for them as it is for the people starting a small business. And why? Because, Mr. President, they are struggling with the experience of their colleagues running practices in other jurisdictions where doing business is easier. Where doing business is easier than doing business in Barbados. And so they have to fight to keep business in Barbados a lot of times because engaging with these agencies oftentimes is so problematic. But you know what's important, Mr. President? What goes in comes out. This sector represents the second largest source of revenue for a government. It is not in decline, far from. $470 million in revenue was generated in corporation taxes in the last year. $400 million of that came from international businesses. This is not a small sector. And so the idea that Business Barbados therefore has to cater equally for those at the top of the scale in terms of revenue generation for the country and corporation taxes, as well as those in small businesses, is very much part of this government's agenda. But Mr. President, let us be clear, what goes in comes out is what I said, right, at the beginning. So coming in is $470 million in corporation taxes. Coming out, smooth roads that we're driving on. Coming out is healthcare, Mr. President. Coming out is $98 million for the University of the West Indies for economic fund, economic costs, and $32 million for tuition fees. Coming out, Mr. President, is expansion of the healthcare programs. Coming out, all of the what goes in comes out. What we want has to be paid for, and $470 million, Mr. President, in corporation taxes in the last year. We have to ensure that Barbados is the most attractive and most competitive place in the Americas and then in the world for businesses to do business. People have to feel as though they can do business in this country without having to jump through hoops. And so Business Barbados is being repositioned. It's not tinkering at all. For the purpose of positioning Barbados to, one, be an easier place to do business, facilitate people from top to bottom, and everything in between, far more seamlessly, but also, Mr. President, to be able to increase the government's take of corporation taxes in order to support the lifestyles of our people, the lifestyle to which we have become accustomed as a person. The lifestyle that the little girl coming behind me will never have to pay University of the West Indies for their tuition, Mr. President. The little girl coming behind me does not have to pay her primary school or her secondary school for tuition. Those are the things that come out from a government that protects economic policy. Mr. President, I had a conversation with somebody maybe is this year, Mr. President? It's just this year, actually a few weeks ago. They're sitting in this chamber. And I remember saying to them, Mr. President, in 2008, when I looked at the manifesto of the Democratic Labour Party in that election, 2008, I remember thinking, this looks as great as social policy. But social policy is expenditure. It's not revenue. How are we paying for this expenditure? I saw nothing about growth. Do people want to talk about growth? No. I saw nothing about economic development. They want to talk about economic development? No, Mr. President. I saw nothing about new sectoral development. They want to talk about new sector development? No, Mr. President. How do you pay for social services without an accompanying economic development and a growth agenda? And that, Mr. President, is what this government has balanced extraordinarily well. An expanded social services program as captured in these estimates and as outlined in these estimates, buttressed and supported by an economic development program, because we have to pay for the services that our people are entitled to, Mr. President. We have to be able to pay for the expansions at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. We have to be able to pay, Mr. President, for the expansion of our education sector and expansion of our corporate curriculum. We have to be able to pay for, Mr. President, the ability to underwrite what happens to consumers in energy prices. We have to be able to pay for everything that our people have historically become accustomed to. The allocation to the Ministry of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs, Mr. President, we have to be able to pay for that, to be able to deliver services to people, Mr. President. The expansion in the Barbados Police Service, we have to be able to pay for that. The ability to fight crime, both on a prevention side and on a justice side, Mr. President, we have to pay for that. The legislative reform processes, Mr. President, right now we are in the process of working through the introduction of new legislation in my own ministry, introduction of new companies legislation, introduction of amendments on the Economic Substance Act, the introduction for the first time of the Electricity Light and Power, well, not the Electricity Supply Act. First one is now in development, Mr. President, and we have not depended on our own skills alone for this. We have a draft, we had a legal consultant, we have a draft, and it's there, Mr. President. But you know what we had to do as well? We had to depend on the support of our international partners to look at what the best practice is around the world, because we're not governing just for today, Mr. President. We have to position Barbados for tomorrow. And the Electricity Supply Act that we are now in the process of developing went out for comments in the public space since August of last year. We had a legal engagement in January of this year, where there were those who wanted to have comments on the legal part of it. We had a dedicated session for them. And we now have taken that text, Mr. President, as a consolidated text, and we have shared that with the Regulatory Assistance Project that we're working with under Rockefeller. We have shared it with the Global Alliance for Energy, People and Planet. We have shared it with NREL, and they too, Mr. President, have given detailed and substantive comments that are now being worked through in the draft. So we are taking nothing for granted. Those are things which all have to be supported as part of a government, Mr. President. And I want to take the opportunity here, Mr. President, especially in my energy team. We have 5 or 6 officers who are leading and anchoring most of what we are doing at this point, Mr. President. And I want to take a moment to go through what some of those things are. In 2022, my predecessor would have started work on local content. They would have spent some time on developing a local content framework, local content strategy, a local content fund, and a local content bill. Those are matters which we are now considering, in particular as it relates to a specific tranche of work that we have started called the Future of Work, Mr. President. We want to be able to ensure that the future of work for energy is well developed. In 5 years, what skills will this country need? This is why we have to tinker, we have to touch and transform the education sector, Mr. President. The education sector today is not producing the energy skills that we need for tomorrow. We need to make sure that we are constantly on the cutting edge of creating those skills, and so we are modeling it now, Mr. President. We have just completed the updated version of the Integrated Resource and Resilience Plan. That has been completed. We want to recognize the consultants that worked on that project. Mark McDonald, they would have developed, Mr. President, the update. We did that in 2021 last, and we have just last month completed the development of it, Mr. President. We have also an update of the National Energy Information System. That work is about to be completed, taking a lot of our work online. I personally feel as though, Mr. President, we have an LPAC portal which was developed in 2021 and is further being updated now, because I want to be able to see, as the market monitor, how much the grid has once it is expanded, how we match generation with storage capacity. I should be able to see that on a dashboard. And so our energy information system is now being updated to accommodate that. We have approved in these estimates, Mr. President, the creation of an electricity planning unit in the Ministry of Energy that is going to see for the first time energy and grid modeling specialists embedded in the Ministry of Energy, so we are able to develop our own internal capacity to model. We have just had, under a partnership with Sustainable Energy for All, the UN Special Envoy for Energy, who, as I was talking, was just calling. I'll have to call him back when I sit down. But we have a partnership with them, and we just sent one of our economists to Vienna, where their headquarters is based, to be able to be trained in grid modeling capacity. And they have just come back and they're working with the ministry. We are building the skills and the tools that the sector needs for the future. This is not a one-man show. This is interdisciplinary and it's comprehensive. We continue then, Mr. President, with our partnership with Sustainable Energy for All. Sustainable Energy for All came to us in 2023, I believe, January 2023, shortly after I joined the ministry, and offered their help. We readily accepted that help. Mr. President, I'm pleased to advise that we have just completed the Energy Transition Investment Plan for Barbados. What this plan does is it provides the roadmap that gives the granularity that is required for implementation of the Barbados National Energy Plan. I can now tell you by looking at the energy investment plan what it will cost this country in terms of expenditure by sector for the energy transition. If we've done 3 models, 3 simulations. In a business as usual simulation, we know what it will cost if we continue as we are. In a net zero transition through 2030, we know what it will cost. And a net zero 2035, we know what it will cost. We have broken it down in granular detail so we can tell you by sector, by transportation, by industry, what is needed and at what cost, and we then will have an implementation plan, Mr. President, to be able to deliver on that. That is ready and is to be taken to Cabinet this month along with the updated IRRP, Mr. President. I want then to come to the development of an energy sector storage roadmap. I don't think I've spoken about this in this chamber, and I want to take a few moments to do so. Mr. President, we have close to just under 750 megawatts of energy in the pipeline on the horizon. 206 of those have been approved. 333 are in the application stage, but on the horizon, I could see 650 people who have come with different types of projects. But the grid can only absorb 100, right? So immediately the math is not mathing. So we know immediately we got a problem. So storage is an immediate and an urgent no priority. So what does that mean, Mr. President? It means that the 650 that is on the horizon is in a queue behind the 333 in the application stage, and the 333 in the application stage, they're behind the 206 that are already approved and need to be connected. We are working, therefore, Mr. President, with our partners in Rockefeller to be able to develop an energy storage roadmap. And what does that roadmap say? It says, how are we in an objective and a transparent manner going to be onboarded those 206 megawatts and those 333 megawatts and those almost 700 megawatts onto the grid. The IRRP gives us an updated capacity demand. Now we forecast down to some of the most granular things. We have the World Cup coming up in June of this year. We can tell you that based on what we are modeling now, what the projected demand for electricity is going to look like in June. We can tell you how the tourism sector performed, Mr. President, over the course of the last few months in terms of consumption demand and what we expect. We can tell you what new energy sources are coming in on the generation mix and how that needs to then be matched with storage. Energy storage is an urgent priority now, not just for the major investor who has money that they want to invest in Barbados, but the nurse who has picked up her gratuity and needs to be connected to the grid so she can get a return and stop drawing from her reserves. Urgent storage on the grid is an absolute priority. When I say, or when the government says that we have a challenge with regulatory lag, here is what we mean, Mr. President. In June of 2023, the Fair Trading Commission would have issued a pilot for 50 megawatts of storage, a pilot. We were already by June of 2023 close to capacity on the grid. And we already had feed-in tariffs for up to 1 megawatt and then up to 10 megawatts, Mr. President. So the issuance of a pilot decision on storage in June of 2023, long after we already had a ton of generation in the pipeline, is what we describe as regulatory lag as well. The ability to make decisions in a timeline that matches policy with regulation is what we term as regulatory lag. But let me be clear here, as I was in the Chamber of Commerce. The Fair Trading Commission has asked for, and in these estimates of expenditure, you will also see the investment in the development of capacity at the Fair Trading Commission to be able to get the skills that they need. We have already, Mr. President, secured the support from the Regulatory Assistance Project to work directly in an embedded way with the Fair Trading Commission to allow them to undergo a complete transformation. They simply have not had the in-house capacity to do the things that they are required to do. Mr. President, when we added hydrogen into the energy mix, they did not have a hydrogen expert in the FTC. They had to depend, I'm thankful for the work of the Inter-American Development Bank, who then brought Deloitte out of Spain to work with them to be able to deliver the methodology for developing the feed-in tariff for hydrogen. They have had to externalize for storage, for rates, everything to experts outside of the system. We are committed as a government to investing in the resourcing to adequate levels of the Fair Trading Commission and the transformation of the Fair Trading Commission so that that too is a fit for purpose 2024-2025 institution. And we are thankful for the support of our development partners internationally for coming alongside without hesitation to support them in the interim. Mr. President, equally, we have partnerships that have been developed right now, on the future of work, which include the following partners: Robert Gordon University and Aberdeen University from Scotland, the CSME unit, the Commonwealth Secretariat, the Indian Development Fund, and we're working locally with the ministries with responsibility for labor and their RE sector skills development and the Ministry of Education. Education transformation is a must. What we are hoping to be able to do, Mr. President, and I'm pleased to say it here, we're in the development stage of developing a partnership with our local tertiary level institutions that allow for training to take place here in Barbados and internationally with our development partners that we are now designing the program with, to have 2+2 programs, 2 years here in the development phase, in the theoretical phase, and 2 years abroad embedded in offshore wind and say in Scotland, where their farms are extensive, and all across Europe, India, wherever the capacity is. We have already discussed with the government of India as well, Mr. President, their expansive work in energy storage. And so we are building out those programs as we speak, Mr. President. There are a couple of significant bodies of work that we will do during the course of this year. You will see coming from the ministry a grid code, a dispatch code, and you will also see during the course of this year decommissioning guidelines as well, because we have to ensure that the environmental work that is necessary is completed. So, Mr. President, these are some of the things that I wanted to be in a position to share with this honorable chamber and with the colleagues here. I will, as you know, have an opportunity to speak in a closing of the debate on these matters. But I want, in my final minutes on this presentation, to cover the following things. I want to be able to cover our work program for the year in this ministry. I want to be in a position, Mr. President, to say how my own work program collides with the government's estimates, Mr. President. The government's estimates of expenditure, as I have outlined, will range from investment in education, investment in people, investment in services, investment in healthcare, all of the things that I have outlined. You have heard the Bridgetown Initiative, and I'm not going to go into the Bridgetown Initiative and the things that I have left out, have deliberately left out, because my colleagues are going to be speaking to those things in great detail. But I want to make it clear, Mr. President, I want to make it clear. This government, this Mia Amor Motley-led government, this Barbados Labour Party government, from 2018 till now in 2024, is committed to ensuring that Barbados is on a path of fiscal management that is sound. It is on a path of economic development that is visionary. The notion that, Mr. President, we would have economic diversification, sectoral diversification that was akin to when I was a student in secondary school, where sectoral diversification simply referred at its most simplistic stage of let's do agriculture, let's do tourism. That's not what growth trajectories look like in this incarnation, Mr. President. It's not. And so when you talk about the way in which our economy is structured, a combination of investment in particular leading strongly on balancing private sector investment with public sector investment, what you have seen is that the confidence levels in this administration's management of this economy have been strong. And what do I mean when I say that, Mr. President? When you drive down the South Coast, while you may hear the chatter about the hotel projects that started but haven't started, that we talked about but haven't, have you seen the South Coast recently, Mr. President? Besides the smooth road that you're driving on now, let me not forget that. The smooth road coming on Highway 7 that was just redone. They have to finish another section of it now, Mr. President, and I have to confess that I am a part of the reason why it has to be waited, why we have to wait, Mr. President, is because the National Petroleum Corporation sits under me. And the National Petroleum Corporation is in these same estimates mentioned specifically as undergoing a national mains replacement transformation program, which has to go underneath the roads. And so the design of the upper section of Highway 7 now needs to take into account all of the utilities that have to go in under the road. We have that underway, Mr. President. So we are committed as a government to ensuring that the development of the country, the economic growth of the country, all the hotels that I was referring to up on the South Coast, Indigo has started, Mr. President. We're seeing at least 3 different construction projects on that road. And let's be clear, Mr. President, some of the same people who will ask you, well, what about this road, what about that road, they see a new road in 10 years before we came to office, Mr. President. They see one all of a sudden, but what about this road, what about that road? When the Dems were in power, they're asking them to, because they didn't do much roads then. But a country with a government that went through a shutdown of 2 years, that went through a pandemic, that had $600 million taken out of the bottom of its economy, still can find the room to do the new roads. But the Dems will be saying, but what about this road? You ask yourself the question, what about the new roads that you fix, not the ones up in St. Philip? Ask them. We can't do it all, Mr. President, but I think our record so far, challenges notwithstanding, speaks for itself. All the work that we have done is visible for all to see. So the roads, the garbage, the transformations that are underway in every single sector, Mr. President, make a clear statement that with this Barbados Labour Party, what goes in taxes and in debt, has come out visibly. This is not that government, Mr. President, that what goes in by way of increased debt, you can't see. This is not that government, Mr. President, that when you see new buildings, you can't use them. The men going in. You can't see all the steel that you see going up. You can't actually see a building delivered, Mr. President. This is not government. This is not that government, Mr. President. Not at all. Far from. So, Mr. President, I want to use my remaining 10 minutes, because that's what I'm told I now have, to go over the final sections of the government's fiscal program. I want to talk specifically about the work of the Growth Council, and I want to make sure that that collides with the work of Business Barbados and the energy sector. Mr. President, there are 2 things that this ministry, my ministry, and the government overall has been focusing on as it relates to these 2 entities that we are now creating. I want also, Mr. President, to speak for a moment about the public service, because I know one of my colleagues is going to speak about public sector transformation. Mr. President, I must confess, and I say it publicly because I've said it privately, sometimes it's hard for me to take the time when I leave the office to deal with energy and storage and all the business issues that keep coming at you, to go, Mr. President, and sit with my colleagues and to go through public sector transformation. Because, Mr. President, my honest feedback initially was, I didn't hear about public sector reform since I was in the public service as an officer myself. I was hearing about this from a long time. What has it delivered? Mr. President, we now sit in a government that has undertaken under the umbrella of public sector reform to have both a bottoms-up and a top-down transformation of our public service. What is fit for purpose? Under these estimates, Mr. President, every single government ministry, every single one, was asked as they presented their estimates of expenditure before the Prime Minister in her role as Minister of Finance to do a deconstruction and a reconstruction of your ministry. What is the core objective of your ministry? What are you required to do for the people of Barbados? How do you break that down? And we all had to submit a deconstruct and reconstruct document as part of our estimates. We have the commitment for results framework, because you plan, but how much are you implementing? How much are you delivering? And so now, as part of these estimates, the monitoring mechanism going forward requires us to do a couple of things. One, implement, deconstruct and reconstruct. How do you make all of the changes that you need to make internal to a ministry to be able to deliver? So you have and PEA, transforming an overall social services sector. My ministry, transforming an energy sector. We have, and I believe I have said it here, the cabinet has approved that the amalgamation of BNOT and MPC will be undertaken during the course of this year. So we have that amalgamation underway, as well as the launch of Business Barbados. All of those structural transformations are there. But you are not just creating these new entities, Mr. President. How are they meant to work? How are they meant to serve people? How are they meant to serve the staff members, the employees who work in the agencies? How are they frustrated? What needs to be done to fix that level of frustration, Mr. President? All of those are things which are now inbuilt into our work programs for the financial year, and you will see them allocated in the estimates over the year. You will see the normal program estimates, which you have here in these big purple books. That's fine. But beyond that, at a ministry level, we have the dashboard for the Commitment for Results framework. We have the deconstruct and reconstruct documents. Those are all required, and all of our public officials are required to go through what that looks like and to change their operating procedures. They're not public documents, that's the nature of government, but they are operational documents which guide the officers in a given ministry. So we know what is required. In addition to that, Mr. President, under the umbrella of the Growth Council, my own ministry is now also responsible for taking the time to go, therefore, and to have a review of what is required externally, which is why you heard me speak earlier about the importance of having customer experience consultations. What are the customer experience consultations, Mr. President? What are people saying about the experience of interacting with government, Mr. President? Sometimes it's hard. Sometimes people are so frustrated by having to interact with government that it is painful. Honestly, it is. Sincerely, it is. And we have to be able to make sure that a government that is then structuring a transformation program has people at the center of it. And that those people at the center of it, Mr. President, then are in a position to be able to say what they need from us as a government. And that is what we're doing, Mr. President. I want to also make the point here, because we're sitting in Parliament and there are those who aspire to be here, that the West Wing of Parliament has $3.6 million assigned for its refurbishment. And you're going to see the refurbishment earmarked of the West Wing to continue over the course of this year, and that wing, which has been under construction for some time, is going to be completed, we expect, in the coming financial year. So, Mr. President, finally, the Growth Council, in particular, raised a range of issues, and specifically, the top issue that they raised was business facilitation. They prepared a report, they commissioned a report, I should say, and they submitted a report and punctuated throughout that all of the woes, all of the issues that people have been interfacing with government. That is the reason why, Mr. President, you have seen business facilitation featuring so prominently, because people have given the feedback. And I want to say, Mr. President, in closing, this is a government that between 2018 and 2024 did not have a parliamentary opposition. This is a government that between 2018 and 2024 did not have a voice in this chamber or in the other place to speak in opposition to its policies, and did not have a voice in this place or the other place to speak about the things that they felt people wanted to see. But, Mr. President, people don't vote for an opposition, they vote for government, and they voted for this government. And in voting for this government, Mr. President, they made a determination that not just once, but twice, the people of this country, Mr. President, made a determination that in the first few years, notwithstanding the issues that we have navigated, that this government came to the people in multiple fora, whether it was walkthroughs, Mr. President, whether it was Parish Speaks, Mr. President, whether it was at the constituency level, Mr. President. I sit in a cabinet among colleagues who are required every single week on a given day to be in their constituencies. We did not start doing that 6 weeks ago. We have done it for 6 years without interruption, Mr. President. We have accounted to people, we have listened to people, we have allocated expenditure for the issues that confront people, and we have centered our growth trajectory and our transformation agenda around people, Mr. President. That is the ethos of the Barbados Labour Party. That is the ethos of this government, Mr. President, and we commit at all times to ensuring that this government, which we are proud to be a part of, Mr. President, at all times, as I started, I want to finish, positions ourselves for the Barbados that we are proud to stand on as institutional scaffolding, that we are now standing on the shoulders of those who came before us. That this is a Barbados in which people who sit today and watch us are well pleased, even if we acknowledge everything is never going to be perfect. That's okay. Things are not going to be perfect as long as you are always striving for excellence, and as long as you're always setting the bar high, Mr. President, and delivering and talking through people when you don't hit that bar and making sure that you recalibrate and come again, because you always have to hit that, Mr. President. But a Barbados that is visionary, that allows people to dream, that allows people, Mr. President, to see themselves in where we are now and to project themselves a little later on. Not a Barbados that is being dumbed down. Not a Barbados that is attempting to speak to the lowest common denominator and to simplify or oversimplify complex issues. No, 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 no. The Barbados that I talked about as a little girl, that I always wanted to be a part of. The Barbados that commits me to going back to school and supporting young people who want to be able to see in me and to all of us what they aspire to, Mr. President. The Barbados that international partners look on and say, I like that country though. I like what they are doing. I like their leadership. I like how they are positioning themselves. That, Mr. President, is the Barbados that I am pleased to be a part of now, as opposed to the Barbados that I cried long tears, as many of us did prior to 2018. I am proud, Mr. President, to be a member of this government. I am proud to be a member of this Barbados Labour Party, and I am proud to support this appropriations bill, and I commend it to this honourable chamber.
Thank you very much, Senator Cummings. Recognize Senator Watson. Before you do that, though, Senator Cummings, you need to beg that the bill be read a second time.
Blame Senator Walker. I beg to move that this bill not be read a second time.
Senator Cummings, Senator Watson, before you begin, I'd like the Deputy President to take the chair for a few minutes.
The chair recognizes Senator Watson.
Good morning. I want to also welcome those who are in the gallery today, taking in what's being discussed here. I think it's very important, and it's important for all Barbadians to pay attention to the work that we're doing here. Now, Madam Deputy President, Bajans suffering, because they're suffering, under the burden of inflation. It can't be ignored. People go into the supermarket and they have to pick and choose, return things, go in with $100 and come up with one bag and wonder what is going on. So Bajans suffering under the burden of inflation have waited with bated breath for the budgetary proposals and financial statement for 2024. I think if you've been paying attention, you would realize that they're disappointed. Why are they disappointed? Why are we disappointed? This budgetary proposal is long on concessions. The ordinary person can't see how that affects them. It is long on promises. Everybody's been saying it's a manifesto. What budgetary proposals? And we are looking for what we have come to understand. The budgetary proposals and financial statement is supposed to look like. It's supposed to have details, not just about what the government promises to do, but it's supposed to have details about what that expenditure, how that expenditure is going to be supported, how that expenditure will garner revenue when it produces some result in this country. I would
Mr. President,
advise
on a point of order.
Barbadians.
And what is your point of order?
I want to raise on a point of order, Mr. President, because the Honourable Senator is perhaps misunderstanding the process here, but she is misleading the House. This Honourable Chamber does not debate budgetary proposals and budgetary statements. We debate the estimates of expenditure in the Appropriations Bill, and we limit ourselves to that conversation, Mr. President. This is not a debate on a budgetary statement.
Senator Watson, I'm sure that you are aware of the rules, and while I did give you some latitude in your opening statement, I will have to keep you within the confines of the rules.
Thank
so
you,
I would
Madam
appreciate if you follow.
Deputy President.
Would you? Yes. We await the arrival of His Honor the President.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. Please continue, Senator Watson.
When the Minister of Finance is finished, we are supposed to understand what is being spent and what will be earned. What is missing is how you are going to earn the $1.05 billion in deficit, how you intend to cover that in these estimates, if that's what you want me to focus on. We can throw that word around liberally. What I will say to you is, the Honourable Senator has spent 2 hours not making a single reference to the estimates. Therefore, policies...
Mr. President, on a point of order.
What's your point of order?
The Honourable Senator is misleading the House. I believe I spoke extensively by head all the way through, and at the beginning and all the way through to the end. Perhaps it is the over-exuberance of the Honourable Senator because she has an audience, but I would wish to perhaps correct the record.
I am indeed exuberant. I'm exuberant because I'm representing the real people in Barbados here today. Therefore, I absolutely reject any suggestion that I do not understand what I am doing. Okay? I reject it. I understand what you're trying to do, but we are unimpressed. And I will remind the Honourable Senator, I have been assaulted and abused in Parliament before. You cannot move me. So, let me continue. And I will not.
Senator Watson.
President, I do not yield to the minister.
Senator
I
Watson.
did not say in this chamber. I said in the Parliament. And it is a fact. The record will show.
Honourable Member, I'll have order, please. Senator Watson, you cannot reflect negatively or impute improper motives on members of either house, and to assault anyone would definitely not be keeping with the law or good parliamentary practice. I will urge you to withdraw those and let us move on.
Mr. President, I would withdraw it if it were untrue, but it is not. And during the course of my submission, Honourable President,
Senator Watson,
I will use the words, I will share with the members of this chamber exactly what I'm talking about. And if you will permit me to continue and come to my presentation without the disruptions, I will proceed.
Senator Watson, first of all, you cannot accuse members of either house of assault unless you raise that on the substantive motion, because it's reflecting on the conduct of members of either house. I would urge you to just withdraw, move on, and you could raise your concern about treatment in another way. But the allegation of assault by members of either house would not be permitted.
Mr. President, forgive me. I suppose when one considers that one has been called all manner of words, political prostitute, malicious, when improper motives have been imputed to me, forgive me if I think that I ought to be able to refer to those occurrences. Nonetheless, Mr. President, I will withdraw on your direction so that I can continue unabated. Mr. President, there is an absence of an explanation as to where the Barbados government, this administration, will recover that $1.5 billion from, the deficit. There is a reference to $638 million in local debt, which is very interesting, and I will come to that in due course. And I would suggest to taxpayers that they listen very carefully to the suggestion that there will be no new taxes, because we know if there's a $1.5 billion deficit, the money has to come from somewhere. Somewhere. It has to come from the pockets of taxpayers in this country, or perhaps there will be some offering of debt to the people of Barbados. And I want to talk about the local debt issue, because there is a tendency to gloss over our experience in how the government has managed local debt. Now, in 2018, under the nomenclature is, I think, restructuring, our local debt was restructured. And what did that mean for Barbadians? Barbadians found that those who had the opportunity, took the opportunity to invest in local government paper, found their investment income wiped out, found that their principal that they were would have been depending on, in their latter years in particular for retirement, that those payments were stretched out so far that there are people that suffered tremendously. And there's a tendency to gloss over that. There are people who are suffering today who have lost their homes, who have lost their income that they thought they would be able to depend on. And notwithstanding that people are suffering from that, the government persists in suggesting to us that we should be okay with it, and seems stunned that Barbadians do not wish to invest in government paper. So we hear about all manner of proposed offerings, BESS, I don't know, BARC, BERC, whatever, a whole heap of B acronym offerings to the people of Barbados in an effort to raise funds. What I would expect, what this party expects, is that the government will continue to face a deficit to fund its program, because Barbadians will not risk taking up those offerings. And it doesn't matter that the government has sent its normal talking heads, which they did in 2018, sent its normal talking heads all up and down this country to tell Barbadians that they were stupid to invest in government paper, that it was a risky investment. Imagine the temerity to come back to us now to tell us that we must fund a budget deficit by investing in a product that we were told for a sustained period is risky and stupid to invest in, etc., etc., etc. I would suggest that at the end of this exercise, the government is going to have to go back to the drawing board and revise its estimates, because it will not be able to cover that deficit. But you know, Mr. President, there are people in here better versed, and there's only one, better versed to talk about these matters than me. I have observed over the years that there's a tendency to not allow that senator to have her say. But I'm waiting for her say, because as a young professional, a young expert in Barbados, and I realize that there's a tendency.
Senator Watson, are you reflecting on the chair? There's nothing, as far as I'm aware, that has prevented any senators from speaking. I know what you are attending, but what you actually said is really a breach of the rules. Please continue.
I'm obliged, Mr. President. Nonetheless, what I want to say is Barbadians observe. They are observing. And they understand when senators not on the government side are disrupted. And all I want to say in relation to that is that we see it, Barbadians see it, and you are being judged by Barbadians. I'm not talking about the people in here. I'm talking about the people that observe these proceedings, and the judgment is harsh. this party is interested in hearing what the senator with the expertise in economics has to say about this budget. That we wait for with bated breath. Now, funding the $1 billion deficit. We can expect, Mr. President, I expect taxes by another name, user fees, levies, maybe an increase in the water levy that has Barbadians completely burdened. And I expect that people will say, as they have said in the past, that we are speculating. We can only speculate because all we heard is no new taxes, but something down the road. So we're in a position where we have to wait and see. Wait and see while our pockets are hurting. And I expect that somebody is probably going to say, as was said before, that some kind of bodily harm should be done to me for saying, I'm not saying anybody in here, somebody will make that suggestion. But again, judgment. Judgment is happening and judgment is coming, I guarantee you. Now, Mr. President, I have taken some time to examine the actual, and they tell me that I'm not supposed to talk about the budgetary proposals, but it contains the financial statements, and the financial statements are the document from which the estimates will flow. I mean, that's normal budgeting. The estimates are simply the business plan for the government. Let's not make it complicated. All the talk about dumbing down, the people in here understand, and the people out there understand as well. And so I took a deep dive, had a good look, and I saw information regarding projects, and these projects are projects that the government has spoken to, that the Honourable Senator just mentioned some of them in relation to South Coast developments and whatnot. And I was stunned to see that in that list of projects, there were so many projects that the government simply said, no information, information not available, information on project ongoing, whatever it is. And so I just want to refer to a few of those projects before I move on to some others, more substantive things. The HOPE program, ongoing investment, that's the annotation. Mr. President, we look forward to the investigation of that project. And since the Honourable Prime Minister has vowed that there will be such an investigation of this runaway project, we on the opposition fully expect that when a fully constituted Public Accounts Committee is convened by the Honourable Leader of the Opposition, and a review of that project is initiated by that committee, because I think we can expect that that's the committee's entitlement, the project having received government assets. And we expect that the Honourable Prime Minister will make sure that the government members of the Public Accounts Committee will attend, cooperate, and facilitate the investigation. That the Public Accounts Committee's work will not be stonewalled by absences, obstruction, and that's what the people expect of the government. The government is a government of transparency. It is a government of the people. It keeps reminding us, we've heard that several times before. It's the government of information. It is the government of not dumbing down. It is the government of governance. And so we expect full cooperation, but it won't stop us from doing our work. And let's talk about some of the other things that had no information absent, etc., etc. All high hospital renovation, Bay Street, information unavailable. Blue Monkey, information unavailable. Mobile site cleanup, Needham's Point, information unavailable. Bridgetown Sewerage Treatment Plant upgrade, information unavailable. South Coast Sewage upgrade, Graham Hall, information unavailable. NPC expansion program, information unavailable. Barbados Water Authority Capital Works, information unavailable. Met Office, information unavailable. Fire Station Headquarters, information unavailable. And so in our fully fleshed out estimates, there is so much missing information. We want the information. We want the information from our transparent government. We want the details, because budgeting is about details. And since we have to fund the budget, we want the details. And by we, I mean the people of Barbados. Unless you think that you're only talking about the Democratic Labour Party and that you can ignore us. The people whose pockets will be pulled for these estimates want the details, Mr. President. And in asking for accountability and transparency, I expect that the government appreciates that. That's a campaign platform. That is an oft-repeated promise. It is the promise that underpinned the in abeyance integrity legislation, because I can only call it that. Who knows what's happening with it? We are impressed, though, that the government will roll out new businesses, GovTech, Business Barbados, in record time, even as it tells us that a less complex function will take years, has taken and will continue to take some long period to put into place. Anti-Money Laundering Agency, by whatever name, and the Integrity Commission. Years we are waiting, but we can hear that Business Barbados that has such complex activity to do. And GovTech that will take on all of government's digital work will be rolled out, lickety-split, but we wait. The test of the pie is in the eating, of course, and Barbadians are judging the extent to which this government is committed to transparency, accountability, and integrity. Now, when we talk about the local debt, we can't talk about the local debt without talking about how we got here where there is no appetite for it. And that's not how Barbadians viewed government securities in the past, and that is a fact. So whatever reluctance you are having to contend with, that is your own creation. Now, how did you create it? On the advice of a little-known firm called White Oak. Yes, oh please, indeed, $54 million, because I'm going to talk about what $54 million can buy in this country. $54 million. I did a little math. I think it couldn't have taken too long for White Oak to tell the government, you know what, pay the foreign people, delay a little bit of the payment, and don't bother to pay Barbadians. Couldn't have taken that long. Millions of dollars in just a few minutes of consulting fees. People could smile, you could try to convince Barbadians that it is okay. It is not okay, it is unconscionable. $54 million. Yes, warmed over soup, $54 million warmed over dollars. What could those $54 million have bought for the people of Barbados? Could it have refurbished school buildings so that children are not dislocated? I'd say yes. Could it buy a new linear accelerator so that cancer patients would not have to, while they are ill, suffering, in pain, leave their families to go to get treatment at $35,000 a pop? Could it have bought that? It most certainly could have. Could it at least start a new stadium so that our athletes are not training on grass fields and therefore not competitive because we're refusing to build one of those? I hear all of what you're saying. Y'all can't disrupt me, you know. Y'all are completely wasting your time.
Honourable Senators, please keep it up. Honourable Senators.
$54 million.
Let us have order, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. In the hands of two people. Assuming, of course, that it was only two people, that there weren't any other people that shared in that bounty, we wouldn't know. What we know is that while they were getting $50-something million to tell the Barbados government to take billions of dollars from Barbadians and laughing all the way to the bank, Barbadians were seeing their NIS savings impacted to an extent where we now have to look at working for longer periods for pittances, because we surely will not make that kind of money. Otherwise, we probably wouldn't be having to put money into NIS. Mr. President, the government has to clean up its own mess that it created in relation to that. And if cleaning it up means that the government has to relook its ambitious spending and give Barbadians time to recover, then that is exactly what the government should be doing. And I want to also talk about this whole notion that we have no local expertise. That is so abhorrent. To find external economists and pay them that kind of money. When we have local economists, there were at least 4 or 5 in the room with those same people advising our government, but not good enough. And perhaps they would have been more feeling when they contemplated what they would be doing to elderly people, sick people, children of poor people, when they wiped out savings from the NIS. But that is what happened in this country, and you all are proud. We recognize that you all are proud, but you shouldn't be, and Barbadians are not happy about it. We have experts trained right here at our University of the West Indies. The University of the West Indies that you all talk so much about, but you fob off with those economists and say, not them. We must go and find external people. And we heard that throughout the Honourable Senator's presentation about all of the external experts that we have to go and find because Bajans don't know. But at the same time talking about dumbing down, how offensive. And you know, it's ironic because when the Honourable Minister talks about external consultants and local consultants, and some term that I heard listening to a debate in here when I was a civilian, junior experts, what was one of those? That is so insulting. You will bring external experts to train Barbadians and create junior experts, and all the time that you're making those comments, you're using talking points from those same people that you degrade and call junior experts. Barbadians are watching, they are listening. So when you get all flowery, when the Honourable Senator gets all flowery and talks about the government will not dumb down, that is in direct contradiction to the notion that for everything we do, developmentally, we are going to go and pluck foreign consultants from wherever to come and do work here when there are consultants resident in Barbados. At any gathering I go to, can stretch out my arms and find them. They are in this country as expert as the people sitting on the other side. In many instances, more expert, because the truth is, we really can't find the expertise of many of the people who are sitting on the other side. But they're there by the largesse of the Prime Minister, so we understand. And we also had to subject ourselves, the viewing audience, to some theatrics with a book. A book that we are told was 900 pages or some such thing, was produced by this white oak entity. I noted with interest that that book was not made a document to the House. But people are muttering and telling me
on a point of order, on a point of order,
What's the point of order?
On a point of order, Mr. President, the document was made a document of the House, and I believe that insofar as it was, it would be available now if the Senator wants to take time to be accurate.
Thank you for that, Senator Thompson. Senator Watson,
Thank
proceed,
you,
please.
Mr. President. I hope, I'll address that later. So the document, the big document that we're told was produced by this entity, I will read it because I am curious to see what was worth I don't want to make the mistake and say 27 million because that's not what it was, 54 million. And while we're on the subject, I would like to hear on behalf of the people of Barbados whether we are still paying upwards of $80,000 US per month. So first of all, is White Oak still here? If the answer is no, then I can leave that off. And if they are still here, are we still paying them $80,000 or 90 US per month? And what are they doing? Can we get a report of their activities? Can we get a report that shows a cost-benefit analysis for the people of Barbados from their work? We wouldn't ordinarily ask for that from a consultant. But these fees were so extraordinary that we deserve a cost-benefit analysis. And y'all the numbers, people, we keep hearing about that. Get one of your economists to do one cost-benefit analysis in the interest of transparency, good governance, provision of information to the people of Barbados who paid that $50 million and then paid in blood, sweat, and tears as a result of the advice of those consultants. When we talk about debt restructuring, I want the members of the government side to understand that this is a painful conversation for Barbadians. Painful. I have listened to people cry tears because they were threatened with eviction from their own homes because the money that they expected to have access to pay off their mortgage disappeared. People who took their money from private pension schemes and put into government bonds and lost that money. This is not funny. Nothing about it is funny. Serious business, and to this day, people are hurting from it. Those are the same people who are facing inflation every time they go into the supermarket, higher prices. Every time they turn around, Barbados Light and Power with higher prices, and we will come to that. I am extremely pleased that the minister spent so much time on it because it wants spending time on, and I will. Now, the $54 million men. I have to laugh. They're kind of funny, in a sad kind of way. But the other thing that concerns me about where the government thinks is going to get the deficit money, the coverage for the deficit from, is that we constantly hear about Barbadians' savings in the banks and credit unions, and Barbadians aren't investing, and Barbadians being browbeaten, insulted, being called foolish, being called risk-averse, and you got the money there and it ain't getting the interest, come and invest it. The same people who invested and lost their money. The same people. Well, I want to say to the government of Barbados, on behalf of the people of Barbados, people like my almost 80-year-old mother who must live off of a fixed income and savings, leave the people's money. Stop eyeing it. Stop talking about it. It is their hard-earned money. They can do with it what they like. They can lick it out. They can leave it and get no interest. They can invest it if they wish, but it is not yours. Stop talking about it. It is theirs. They cannot afford, like the big investors that you love so much, to just take up money and invest it in a risky project. They can't do it. Stop talking about it. It is their money. I am speaking for those people. Stop eyeing Barbadians' savings. It is their money. It is not yours. Now, we, Honourable Senator Walters and I, are not just here to criticize. We actually have some good things to say about what came out of the estimates. I see Senator Walcott's interest is piqued. It should be. Listen carefully. I will say this only once. People of a certain age in here wouldn't know what that means. But we're not going to pretend. There are some things in there that merit some kind of bouquet, as you would call it. Bouquets over here, brickbats over here. And we want to talk about some of the things that are worthy of praise. So we talk about, for example, the tax rebate to wealthy investors who buy local art for investment projects. I think that's a good idea. I visited Hayman's just a few days after the Honourable Prime Minister the other day, and there is some absolutely beautiful art decorating the walls of Hayman's. And it caused me to wonder where the idea for that rebate came from. I just speculated. I think anybody who understands the timing of the offer of the rebate will understand where that idea came from. But I also thought, what a pity, what a dreadful pity that there was no consideration of rebates for householders who might want to buy a little piece of art from a local artist to beautify their homes, to develop an interest in local artworks, to perhaps gather up a collection which then will have its own investment value for their heirs. Apparently, only the heirs of wealthy investors are to benefit from rebates. I also thought, while we're doing that, rebating up to $1 million of investment, what a pity that while the builder of the project will get a rebate, there is nothing to incentivize the shoppers to go into the art shop at Hayman's to buy a piece of local art. And I wonder, what are the benefits? What are the concessions to the artists themselves? Y'all could go away and research it and come back with a new idea. That's an idea to consider. The people who produce the work, the talented among us, no evidence that there's any consideration of tax relief for them. And then it made me think about something that we kept hearing about. It was in the 2018 manifesto of the government, a national art gallery. Does it exist? I asked some artists. They are not amused. Y'all could smile and look happy, but they are not amused at all. Meanwhile, let's talk about the estimates. $250,000 allocated last year. The year before, $360-something million allocated in the upcoming year, going where there is no national art gallery. And nobody will explain to the people of Barbados where that money is going. The artists don't know. Maybe there's a curator of the non-existent art gallery. I understand that there are some artworks in some location in the Central Bank building. Maybe it goes to them. Nobody knows. But we ought to know. And we ought to have a national art gallery. More importantly, how can we, at this stage of our development, talking about culture and arts and exporting talent, not be able to show in one place the best of our artwork to people who are visiting, who want to become acquainted with the talented people? We talk about young people, so many talented young artists in Barbados and nowhere to sell their paintings. Got to go and find another job, which is the story of musicians in this country. But we can hear about rebates to wealthy people, because that is what it is. Anybody that could buy $1 million in art got $1 million that they could spare. I know I can. I ain't even got $1 million. Right? But and I buy art, so I feel passionate about it. It is not inexpensive. And I want to laud some artists in this country who are actually making efforts to make it easier to buy local art. But we are simply not doing enough, and we cannot talk about orange economy and then give these Pepsi offerings to the people who are the foundation of the orange economy. It's not about the end user. They're not the ones that require the support. It is the artists that require the support. Come on now. $361,000. Nobody knows where it's going, into the ether, apparently. And so when we talk about benefits to the ordinary man, there is a trickle-down attitude, a trickle-down approach in this, let me call it estimates, the language, the lot of long words that accompany the estimates. Trickle down. But haven't you heard your appointed governor of the Central Bank of Barbados says it's taking long for trickle down to reach the people who vote in this country. Corporations do not vote. The people vote. What? Trickle down what? A new republic has to be passed, the concept of trickle down. And every benefit that you have mentioned for small people in this country is a trickle-down benefit. What nonsense is that? Rubbish. When will this administration that is ruling over the shiny, sparkling, pretty, glittery, punching above its own weight, global disruptor, new and improved republic be done with trickle down for the people that build this country. I would like you to give it to my children, not give it to me. When will you move away from trickle down? I was stunned to hear that term used by the central bank governor. It was insulting and it bugged me, made my stomach hurt. Trickle down, 2024? 2024? That is so insulting. It is as insulting as saying that we don't have expertise in this country that has been educating people up to tertiary level for free, master's, PhD, whatever level. We don't have the expertise to drive our own development. What manner of nonsense is that? That too is nonsense. We laud the government, Mr. President, for consideration of the police service, Barbados Police Service, the nurses of Barbados, the teaching establishment in Barbados. And what we will ask is that you look at their day-to-day teachers. We have some teachers here. And we laud the government paying some attention to Senator Morris. He deserves it. Shaped minds in this country. And, and we recognize that Senator Nichols is a teacher too, but he wouldn't be in that band that's being taken care of in the government's offerings. He teaches some people at the University of the West Indies, but we won't talk about that. That's a controversial subject right now, and we will leave that off of the table. But we have to look at the day-to-day working conditions. So when you are regraded or you are given a concession to buy a vehicle or what have you, yeah, you will drive that vehicle every day, but every single day you have to go into your work environment. And if the government does not pay attention to people's work environment, then it is failing those people also. So you can't just pat yourselves on the back and say, oh, we did a low regrading and created some odd level called senior constable. Is that what it is? Is that a corporal? Is what police are asking. Anyway, only older people in here will know about corporals also. You know, when I was at primary school, I don't know if they do this kind of thing anymore. They taught us all of the levels of the police force at the time. I didn't understand what the point was, but all of that was in understanding how our country works. So we do need to make sure that our young people understand how the country works. Very recently, I passed the Central Police Station. It's a place that you would expect that I traversed a lot. As a young girl, my father working at that location, I was horrified at the dilapidated state of buildings in White Park. Horrified, crumbling, awful, and juxtaposed against the beautiful, newly refurbished court building. I don't even know if people work in there because you don't see no cars in there. Car park always empty. But the police have to work in these conditions. It has to be depressing, demoralizing, and dangerous because the buildings are crumbling. So you can't give over here, but go and say, but you're not important enough for us to take care of your work environment. And in doing that, I understand it's central government, so I expect that, I really don't remember, somebody, maybe Senator Nichols can remind me because he's an HR specialist, HR law specialist, whether the Shaw Act binds the crown. I get a feeling that it doesn't, otherwise those buildings could never look like that. And if you know that you are not bound by Shaw, safety and health at work for the people who are listening, then do something about the people's physical working conditions. That would also include nurses at QEH and polyclinics. That would include the teachers who have also experienced dislocation from the sad working conditions that they and children in Barbados have had to contend with and that we hear more and more often about in our news media. It was depressing to look at, and I was just walking by. Imagine having to work in those conditions. I suppose you could use your tax rebated car and drive out quickly when you drive in there and see how bad it looks, but nobody will want to work in that kind of environment. And we have to We wish the government would do something about it. And, Mr. President, I hope that you will permit me to make a personal reflection at this time. I have already commended the Barbados Cabinet on making the decision to honor the heads of law enforcement, the Defense Force, and I believe it would be permanent secretaries or at least the head of the civil service. I think that was an excellent decision because these are people who have dedicated a significant portion of their working life to the safety, well-being, care of the people of Barbados, because that's what it is. When you go and you do your work and you do it well, that's the impact that it has. And we always have to be looking at the impacts. And I want to take this opportunity to also acknowledge the work of the team that worked together to plan and effect the official funeral that was accorded to my father, Mr. Grammy Watson. That team comprised team members from across the government, the Cabinet Office, led by the Cabinet Secretary, members of the Protocol Department at the Foreign Affairs Ministry, the Prime Minister's Office, Ministry of Housing, Government Information Service, obviously the Barbados Police Force, Barbados Defense Force, the RSS, and I expect maybe some others who I haven't called. We met for long hours, several times. And those people were dedicated. Their work, product, and attitude was excellent. I agree with the minister that far too often we do not laud the good work of our public servants. I am the child of public servants. And I think that we have to, when it is deserving, tell them that we appreciate their work. And I want to tell that team, thank you for the work that you did. I appreciate it. Of course, I always will appreciate it. Excellence and precision, those are the words that I want to apply to their work. I commend them publicly and I say thank you. Now, criticizing the government for doing something over here and ignoring a major issue over here brings me to the issue of education. And I laud the Prime Minister for recognizing that the government was making a mistake in going full steam ahead with education reform, especially where Barbadians expressed their concern and their misgivings about how that was being done. And so the Prime Minister has given the team another year. What I don't understand, and I admit to being confused about it, how can the government give the degreed planners and managers, the highly educated and well-remunerated consultants, extra time, but 10-year-olds and 11-year-olds who have common entrance this year cannot get a little extra time? The government is married to the date of May the 7th. But these young people are the young people who were in class 1 when COVID hit us and lost thousands of hours of learning time, playing catch up for the last 4 years. Catch up, missing school, online learning that was a disaster because the government was not prepared. And I'm not going to use this to talk about the experts that were ignored, that had solutions that were ignored because money had to go into somebody else's pocket, because that's what it was. And our children were sacrificed because we would not facilitate their learning properly.
On a point of order, sir.
It's a point of order.
The point of order is the imputation of improper motives. To say that government ignored the needs of children in this country when they were given computers free, supported through the learning process, given every help above help given in developed countries who were hit with the same pandemic. And to say that we ignored their interests is, first of all, inaccurate and untrue. But then to suggest or to say specifically that they were ignored because the money had to go into somebody else's pockets really is to impute improper motives. And to be really, I can't accuse the Honourable Senator of being dishonest, but I can say that it doesn't fall within the parameters of what we know to be accurate and truthful.
Thank you, Senator Thompson. I think Senator Watson, you want to withdraw that and move on.
Mr. President, the Honourable Senator must be disconnected from the people who had to share a phone in a house that hardly had any power, the students who had no bandwidth to get online.
Senator Watson.
Mr. President, I withdraw.
Yes.
Let me say this.
The disadvantage is taken, but the motive, the issue was accusation of motive.
I withdraw any imputation of improper actions. However, the reality is this, and I can imagine that at this stage, and the Honourable Senator having avoided some of the restrictions that ordinary Barbadians had placed on them, does not understand, because she is disconnected, that there are many, a great many students in this country who had no schooling during that period. Some of them have the 11+ exams in a couple of weeks. This is a fact. Studying from one of these and sharing it with their siblings, parents had to go back out to work, and the teenage sibling had to supervise the younger sibling, and neither the two of them or the three of them or four or five were working. That happened in this country. And those are the children that must face common entrance in a few weeks. The ones who have resources are going to be okay, because that is always the case. Always the case, but far too many of our children lost, and are now at a loss because of what they missed of school during that period. Almost 2 years, and now we cannot have a heart. The same people that are taking an extra year for themselves cannot have a heart and give children in Barbados, babies, another 6 or 8 weeks, and at the same time telling us that you care, and at the same time telling us that common entrance is archaic, it's irrelevant. So why are we so committed to forcing these little children to have to do that exam when they are still playing catch up? That is absurd, it is wrong, it is cruel. I am going to use this opportunity to beg the Prime Minister, because that's what I'm going to do, for the parents of Barbados, but more importantly, the children of Barbados, to give them the extra time. Take off a couple of the weeks that you're giving the Ministry of Energy for their reform and give that to the children. They will do better with it, I'm sure. That is my request. The minister, the Honourable Minister is not here, but I imagine that that can be communicated by a cabinet member. This is important. Parents who can see the stress, the effect on their children's mental wellness of having to cope with this exam, also not being entirely sure what's going to happen when they're finished, because we're still talking about reform and being transferred from one school to the next and all of that. Do something about it. If you are saying that you care, you can care for these little children that started their foundational work for common entrance when they could not go to school. This is a fact. Nobody can dispute it. And if you care about young people in Barbados, you would give these little children the extra time. We will see, and you're being judged. And I'm glad that the Honourable Senator based so much of her explanation on how the pandemic held back the government, affected its work, had us on the back foot. We're still playing catch up. Apply the same principles to these little children. Give them the extra few weeks. They need it. They deserve it. They are our future. That's all that I will say about that. 4 years playing catch up. As for the education system reform, I want to say only two things, because the Honourable Prime Minister has said you're going back to the drawing board. So I'm not going to say too much about it. But before the government makes its new and improved plan, I exhort you to talk to the real stakeholders first. Don't ignore the parents and young people and make up a plan and do slideshows and have mics and do something like a presentation and then come and ask us about something that you're already married to. Talk to your clients. Talk to the people that will be affected. We are not impressed with the fancy slideshow. When I was at CNW, we used to do PowerPoint presentations. And when we were finished doing the basics, we would do slide in and out and all kinds of things and call it pretty-rising the presentation. Those presentations were beautifully pretty-rised, but they had no value for the children of Barbados. Those are the people who will be affected. So kindly have those consultations. First, Mr. President, there can't be possibly
Mr. President, I
anything.
rise on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Mr. President, the Honourable Senator is misleading the House. The public space has been inundated with information on the consultations on this process. We are aware, Mr. President, and we have heard it on multiple occasions, that this process started with a detailed consultation with the teachers, associations, with the officials in the Ministry of Education. We are aware, Mr. President, that former teachers and former educators were also brought back into the process. All this was made public. There were publicly held town halls which were streamed all over the country, Mr. President, where the public was invited. The members of the Democratic Labour Party, Mr. President, were invited to have a consultation. I believe we even had a consultation with minor parties as well, Mr. President. We brought back in, Mr. President, just for the purpose of clarification as well, the parent teachers associations and the various teachers unions. It is inappropriate to announce here in this forum, and it is inaccurate to announce that we don't have the real stakeholders, Mr. President. I think that the people who were consulted and have remained in consultation would be fairly insulted by that characterization, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Cummins. Please proceed, Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I would like to reclaim my time because that interruption clearly shows that the Honourable Senator was speaking for speaking's sake. What I said is before you come up with your policy and plan, speak to those people, not ex post facto, ex ante. That is what I'm calling for. When that policy came out, parents in Barbados knew nothing about it, nor did teachers, and that is a fact. I will move
Mr. President, I
on.
rise again on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
I understand that we're playing to the gallery, Mr. President, but I mean, we still have to be appropriate and accurate in this setting. Mr. President, I was very clear that we had extensive consultations with all the stakeholders before we even came. And I think we want to be clear, Mr. President, let us not have this conversation where we pretend about transparency and engagement with stakeholders, where we hear what transparency looks like, where we hear what stakeholders want to hear, want to have done. We hear them, and then we capture them in a document which we allow the stakeholders to comment on and give them adequate time to be able to implement. Let's not have it both ways, Mr. President. We are a government that has indicated in this process that has been referred to by the Honourable Senator that we engaged before, throughout, and that is the basis on which the time was extended.
Please proceed, Senator Watson.
10 minutes, Mr. President. What I would like the Honourable Senator to do is to understand what I said. I have, on behalf of the people, instructed the government on what we want. You are being judged. You will be judged on continuing to ignore the children of Barbados. They got votes too, and some of them got votes in the next election. Moving along, the other thing that I will say is that delaying education reform does not mean not working on education reform. So the government has the opportunity in the intervening period to work on curriculum reform. That I think we understand that that is really the crux of the matter. That is where we are struggling. And you have an opportunity to do that. There's expertise on this island that can assist the government. That can be done incrementally, starting with the youngest of people and the eldest of students, by broadening the offerings. And unless the government or the leader of the government is engaging merely in legacy building, you will be prepared to continue to work on the meaningful aspects of education reform in the interim. We all agree it is urgent. So the government should not park the reform for the next 2 years. The government should be working incrementally on the reforms that we can easily recognize are as necessary for the system, and report to the people of Barbados on what your plans are and how you will roll out those plans. I think that is essential. And lest you think that I am just plucking this off of my head, I had a conversation with a few teenagers recently about what they thought about the budget. They don't listen to the estimates. That's a waste of time as far as they're concerned. They probably understand better than us, but many adults, that is mere theater that happens and calls itself the estimates. But they thought that they needed curriculum reform geared at preparing them for a modern world. They are not impressed with our approach or methodologies or modalities, and they are not impressed with the limitations of the curriculum that they find themselves having to deal with when they traverse their educational journey. And so the government needs to work on it. The young people are watching you and they are judging. Reforms at KIPO are laudable. Anybody that has to interface with KIPO needs that the reforms are desperately needed. I don't really have to say much about that. That's not debatable. We want to see it happen because we've been hearing about it since 2018. So we want to see it actually happen. But what I would suggest, because this is all about process and impacts, is that while you sort out the details, having made your grand announcement for the umpteenth time about a business facilitation entity, I suggest that you take time from the small business people who tell you that theirs jumped when they realize that they have to file annual returns. And then they find that they've been fined $10 per day, 4 years, up to $3,000 a year. These are the same people that we're giving $5,000 a one-off $5,000 loan to. Annual return penalties will wipe that out and probably not even cover the penalties. The government, if it is serious about helping these small businesses, must consider giving these businesses a chance to get right with their filing obligations without having to break the bank. We have done it before. The Democratic Labour Party government, the last time an amnesty was offered by KIPO, that last year's government, that government gave that amnesty and people saved hundreds of thousands of dollars, hundreds of thousands. I had clients who, when they realized hundreds of thousands for external companies, dollars in penalties, tens of thousands, some hundreds of thousands, a lot of money. And what we are asking on the Democratic Labour Party is asking this government to have a heart. Give these business people the amnesty. How will that benefit you? That will benefit the new entity that will have people come in and clean up their filings and come to the new entity with a file that is up to date. Therefore, we should also look beyond the annual returns and allow businesses in Barbados to update their corporate information. that will have untold benefit to the government, the regulator, and the business operators. Let them update the information, no penalty, so that when Business Barbados takes over, that entity takes over those files, the data is clean. You can move forward and not pay any consultant. I will give you a freebie. Get some of the university and community college students during the vacation to handle those updates, process that information. You can pay them a stipend. Don't just tell them that it's part of their give back, right? But they will gain from the experience. They will learn about process management. All you have to do is my public service for today, in addition to all of my normal public service. Fix it. Everybody will be happy. Companies, lawyers, students, the government, Business Barbados, taxpayers, when we don't have to pay Business Barbados to clean it up. Do it. That's my advice. Without penalty. You can work out the details for yourself. I've given you enough freeness already. Let's talk about the proposals that the government seems to be most proud of, but that we remain unimpressed with. Digitization and e-government. How long have we been hearing about digitization and e-government? It's happening, it's happening, it's happening, it's happening. And even when we interface with what you have done, it is like pulling teeth from a hen. So poorly executed. It is time for the government to get on top of this. Stop just talking about it. Get it done. Get it done properly. The $54 million could have helped with that. Stop using the time to criticize experts and get the job done. In fact, you know, when I think about the ministry that is responsible for digitization, a ministry that we brought a whole person for and changed the constitution. The Ministry of Industry, Innovation, Science, and Technology does not even have a website. That tells you so much about the government's commitment to digitization and e-government when the responsible ministry cannot be interfaced with online. And you tell me about the telecoms unit. Yes, that exists. But it is hard to navigate. It looks like it was created in the 70s. Do something about it. Stop talking about it. Do something about it. Somebody will defend that ridiculousness I expect, but the facts are there. That is the reality. And I want to talk about a fundamental pillar of e-government and digitization that is missing, has been missing. We keep hearing it's coming, and now nowadays we don't hear about it at all. Why can I talk about it? Because it's about the legislative framework for e-government in this country. So when we talk about data centers and online platforms and centralized interface with government and all of that, the law has to be changed because the law will not permit it to happen. And you are sitting down, twiddling your thumbs on that. Every minister responsible for MIST so far. MIST, it should be spelled M-I-S-S-E-D. In 2019, I, Tricia Watson, received a letter from the government of Barbados asking me to submit a proposal to review and revise at least 10 pieces of information and communication technology legislation. I did bid. I've not heard anything back from the government yet, but I did see the number that I quoted in the estimates the next year. This is a fact. That's 2019. We are now in 2024. In the intervening period, the government of Barbados published an expression of interest, which I responded to, and I was shortlisted, interestingly, shortlisted among massive global firms, and I did not respond to that request for proposal. In part because it became clear to me that the government had no plan, had no policy, and was expecting drafters to draft extensive framework legislation with no policy. Absolutely absurd. At that time, I believe the government was getting money from the IDB under the Public Sector Reform Program. I suspect that that money's gone because that expression of interest came out in 2022. Sorry, 2021. The RFP came out in 2022. We do not have any new ICT legislative framework output except for the infamous cybercrime bill. That's what we used that intervening period to produce. A bill so apparent to the people of Barbados, it's had to be set aside. And set aside, really, one has to wonder if what we're attempting to do can be done, because it's been passed.
Mr. President, Honourable, on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
The Honourable Senator is misleading the House. The cybercrimes legislation has been referred to the Governance Committee. I believe the Honourable Senator is aware of that, which is a standing committee of both houses of Parliament, Mr. President. It has not been set aside.
You're correct. Senator Watson, I know what you mean, but you will want to withdraw that and use more accurate language. Legislation that has been sent to a committee of Parliament is not, in fact, set aside in the ordinary uses of the word.
I apologize, Mr. President. What we have done with it is that we've sent it to a committee, even though it has been passed in the lower house, and after the bill has been read the third time, no meaningful amendments can be made to it. And one has to wonder if sending it to the Joint Committee of Governance and Policy isn't more theatre. What I will say is that the people on this side will not engage in theatre about a bill that Barbadians are so shocked and horrified by, and are demanding that this government withdraw that bill. And that's what ought to happen, because I don't actually think that we can technically do what we're attempting to do, but I will be guided. I will move on. And so, we now hear that there will be a GovTech company. Nobody knows anything about that company. Every time we hear about it, it's words, 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 word salad. Nobody understands what it's supposed to be doing. And anybody who attempts to explain it to me, please break it down. Dumb it down for me, because I don't understand the publicity that's out there. Do it by bullet point. It will do this. It will do this. It will do this. We call them deliverables. Break it down. And when that GovTech is operational, I hope that we will see one less cabinet minister, because it apparently is getting the work that belongs to MIST. So that will be the start of the Prime Minister reducing her cabinet. And the Honourable Prime Minister believes fundamentally that a cabinet of 17 is too large, and so it will be a good start to whittling it down from where it is now, save the taxpayers some money, and maybe GovTech will get some work done if the politicians stay out of their business. Let them do what they have to do. GovTech. Nobody knows what this thing is. Anyway, I will say furthermore that the government would be minded to stop giving Barbadians the impression that it will do something special with this cybercrime bill. I heard a reference to public consultation, and I would like somebody to explain to the people of Barbados if the public can participate in the in the Select Committee of Governance and Policy when that committee reviews the legislation. If it cannot, once again, you need to say to the people what your true intentions are in relation to that bill. We are not going to do any comma placement and dotting I's and crossing T's. Meaningful revision is what is required to that bill, to let Barbadians feel that the government not just hear, but feel and believe that the government is not attempting to stifle their ability to express themselves using electronic media because the government don't want people criticizing their ministers. Real review and revision, or take it off the table. It was passed, and in my view, my technical view, the only way to deal with it is to withdraw it. It hasn't been passed.
What's the point of order?
Mr. President, I would like to inform that in the case of Joint Select Committee, that members of the public and key stakeholders can be invited to participate, to submit reports, to submit responses, to submit their views. So that sending such an item, sending any piece of legislation to the Joint Select Committee does not prevent, Mr. President, Barbadians from participating and voicing their concerns.
Thank you, Senator Dr. Morale. Please continue, Senator.
Mr. President, we will take instruction. We will take instruction from the clerk because it is going to the Standing Committee on Governance and Policy. It is not a special Joint Select Committee to hear the public's views. My understanding differs from the Honourable Senator. It is the Standing Committee. That will be sorted out. The Speaker will advise us. All I'm going to say is somebody needs to explain to me how a bill that has been passed by the lower house, whose rules say that they cannot now go back and look at that bill except to make minor amendments, how can they now sit in a committee and debate that bill? That would be against their standing orders. That is all that I will say. We are not engaging in any misleading of the people of Barbados. I also want to say this. It is an insult to the people of Barbados to suggest that we do not want that bill passed because we don't want cybersecurity protection in this country. No Barbadian has ever said that. What we do not want is nebulous drafting that prevents us from feeling safe in the virtual environment to express our opinions about the operation of the government of Barbados. That is what we want. It has nothing to do with cybersecurity. Stop saying it. The people are watching and judging you. Now, the minister, Honourable Minister, spent a lot of time talking about energy. And I'm glad that the Honourable Minister did that for many reasons. Energy is critical to our existence. And so it merits special attention. Based on what the Honourable Minister has said, it's getting a lot of special attention. Not that Barbadians could feel it. But let's talk about that. As I listened to the debate on the estimates, I was stunned to hear the Honourable Prime Minister order an independent regulator to issue a decision. I wondered what that was about. It seemed improper to me, but also, what did that mean? And it sounded to me like code for give them the rates because it was followed by an expression of how desperately we need them to get their storage online to unlock the energy sector. I was a little appalled, and then not so appalled, because it had been said before, it's taking too long, regulatory process is too long, I'm going to go around it, all of that kind of thing. So I wasn't that surprised. However, I thought about it for a long time. Was it a reasonable expectation, let's put it that way, to, one, say to a regulator, give a decision, give the applicant what they want, and was it reasonable what the applicant actually wants?
Mr. President, on a point of order.
What's the point of order?
Mr. President, the Prime Minister's statements, which was given in the context of the budgetary debate, is public information for all to see. The Prime Minister did not instruct the regulator to give a decision, and she most certainly did not instruct the regulator to give the applicant what they want. That is a gross misleading of the Honourable Chamber.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator Watson, the very clear on you're expressing your opinion, or if not quoting, summarizing. I wasn't there, I'm not able to pronounce some fact, but I would be surprised if the Prime Minister would issue an instruction to a regulator in favor of one applicant or another. Please proceed.
Mr. President, the Honourable Senator is quite right. The video is out there. Belgians can watch it and draw their own conclusion, but it is extraordinary for a Prime Minister to stand in Parliament and make references to an ongoing case and demand a decision and go on to say why it is that important. And the importance is the company needs to get its battery storage. But that's the only application that you could be talking about. People can infer, as the Honourable Minister said, Barbadians aren't dumb. We're not going to dumb it down. The words are very clear, and the intent can be inferred by the people of Barbados. We won't speculate on it here. What we will talk about, though, is what is happening in that application. Because there was a suggestion that it's been going on for too long. That application has been before the Commission for 6 months. Too long. What is that application? $800 million from the taxpayers' pockets. Not replacing the rate base that is already there, an additional $800 million on top of what we are already paying for fossil fuel and solar, power from solar energy. Additional, Mr. President, 6 months could be too long for a regulator to take time to consider an $800 million application. That is the single largest rate application that has ever been filed by this company or before the Fair Trading Commission. Facts.
Mr. President, again, I raise on a point of order. Mr. President, I have pulled down the as-delivered transcript for the Honourable Prime Minister, and I want to clarify for the record, the Prime Minister did not. We must not equate the Clean Energy Transition Rider application, which is before the Fair Trading Commission, with the rate review decision, which is before the Commission and therefore before the courts. The two are very separate things, and the Prime Minister's statement, Mr. President, as delivered, makes it clear that she would wish to have a decision on the Clean Energy Transition Rider as distinct from, and she did not comment, and she actually said in the language, she does not wish to comment before the matter because it is before, it is actually, she doesn't want to prejudice the outcome. And so she went on, therefore, to say that the matter which was taking a long time, Mr. President, was the rate review hearing because it had taken 2 years, not 6 months, matters that really had been dealt with in a fraction of the time in much larger economies. That is a matter of public record, published and on video for all to see.
That's what clarification, Senator Thompson. Please proceed. Cummings, sorry. Senator Cummings. Please proceed, Senator Watson.
Thank you, Mr. President. A point of order should actually be one. I would ask the Honourable Senator to listen to
Senator Watson, please.
Mr. President, I
You're
withdraw that
reflected on the judgment of the chair.
Mr. President, I withdraw that.
Thank you, Katie. Order, please.
I apologize.
Thank you, Senator
Mr. President, anyway, Mr. President, the cut and thrust of argument sometimes gets ahead of us. What I will say is that the Honourable Senator is misunderstanding me. I think I understand why. I am saying that the exhortation was for a decision in what is currently before the Commission addressing storage. That is what I said. That has been before the Commission for only 6 months. It is for $800 million from the poor people of Barbados, in addition to what is being asked for in the matter that is before the courts that we're not referring to. And you will be surprised to hear, in addition to another $10 million application for temporary fossil fuel generation, ostensibly for World Cup, but for 12 months, from the pockets of the people of Barbados.
Mr. President, again,
What's the point of order?
point of order, the Honourable Senator is misleading the chamber. I want to make sure I'm precise at all times, Mr. President. The application for $10 million, as I understand it, which is before the Honourable Chamber, is not specific to the World Cup. My understanding very clearly from the application is that it is run for 12 months for the reason that the projections of consumption of electricity, Mr. President, were increased over the course of a year, and they are projecting what that increased demand is going to be for 2024 in its entirety, inclusive but not limited to the World Cup.
Thank you very much for that clarification, Senator Cummins. Senator Watson, please proceed.
Thank you. $10 million for a fossil fuel generator, according to the company, for World Cup, and then another few months. That's what the application says. I've read it several times. I am an intervener. I know it intimately. That is the application that the Fair Trading Commission has refused to give me an extension on in my period of bereavement. That application, though I know it very well. Believe me when I tell you, you cannot correct me on it. Now, I was stunned to hear that 6 months talking about regulatory lag, and then to hear the Honourable Prime Minister say regulatory lag doesn't happen elsewhere. But these other countries, the same ones that you're getting consultants from, invent regulatory lag. They, in fact, have embedded the interim rates that we have unlawfully implemented into their system because of regulatory lag, because they know it is complex. It takes time. And I can feel the Honourable President listening closely because he knows, because he used to be an intervener. It doesn't take long because we're being whatless and we're grandstanding and we want attention. It takes long because we're taking care of consumers' interests and we have a recalcitrant company that will not provide information and we have a regulator that will not enforce the rules. That is why it takes long. Let us be clear. I am in there. I know what I'm talking about. It takes long because it is complex. When you come to ask for $800 million, you have to prove that you should get $800 million. And it is from our pockets, regular people, regular folk. The company says for the CETR that is being so stoutly defended in here, $41 per month. $41. Mr. President, let me segue to per month. Let me segue, I'm going to tap back a little bit to talk about another good initiative, at least in principle, increasing the minimum wage 75 cents an hour increase. Oh, how magnanimous for the same people that will have to, if the company is successful, pay an extra $41 per month for energy in this country, on top of the extra money that the company is asking for that battery, on top of the extra money that it is asking for in the other matter that it is appealing. Because none of these are displacing the other. They are all happening together. That is what is happening. When we pat ourselves on the back and talk about energy in this country, the reality for the people is that they are not seeing the benefits, or they can see the bounty. Bounty is very clear. Where the bounty is going is very clear. Let me talk about it, leave off the flowery words and the references to all the fandangled consultants. We care not about that. The work has to be done, and public servants have been doing it for years. The same ones that you call junior experts. Listen to me. Sorry, Mr. President, I'm getting a little fired up. Junior expert? What is one of those? You're either an expert or you're not. And how could you take these people's talking points, speeches written by them, and then call them junior consultants? How insulting to people working in this country, trained in this country, by people in this country, to tell us about how long the people from outside of Barbados have worked and how many organizations. You know why they get to work that long and in so many organizations? Because governments like us give them the work that they will not give their own people. And then they use it to get more work and more work and more work and more work. There's nothing developmental about that. Insulting. You should stop saying it. It is not impressive. Anybody could come and offer you some donor money and to do a consultancy. There's nothing that's impressive about that. What we want are results. So let's talk about the number of consultancies that we have had. Barbados has been looking at renewable energy transformation, greening, since 2007, there or thereabouts. Some of the people in the Senate were members of cabinet when we first started on this path. We have had numerous councils, stakeholder groups, policies, papers, studies, consultancies, IRENA, IEA, SECRE, we could call them. They all have their wonderful initials. All we heard today is we are going to get more. But we've been at this for over a decade. Just more. And we are still waiting for legislation, still waiting for an actual policy. Because taking the Democratic Labour Party's policy, changing the pictures in it, and changing the dates is not policy creation. That's another last year activity that we can talk about. You walked in and found a well-reasoned, documented research policy, changed the photos from Democratic Labour Party to Barbados Labour Party people, and changed the dates without determining what would be necessary to truncate the path to 100% RE, and now are wondering, scratching your heads and scrambling about the place, wondering why it has ground to a halt. And then I can be about this country and hear that it is my fault. Let us talk about that. My fault. I want to explain to the people of Barbados, because I know the people over there are not listening to me, or maybe some of the senators will listen, and I'm certain the Bajans will listen. Why I get to talk about this? When the Democratic Labour Party government changed the law in 2013, I believe it was, they later established an Electric Light and Power Advisory Committee. That committee still exists today. It's a statutory committee. I was sitting in my office, playing regular citizen, minding my own business, when I was called and asked if I would chair that committee. That committee comprises 4 ex officio members of government, senior people, 5 private experts, all working together. We went in and did a tremendous amount of work to establish a framework for the smaller systems. There was nothing. I could tell you now, whatever the government is using for licensing today was birthed from that committee chaired by me. And that committee raised the limit on what could go on the grid, but we didn't raise it, we recommended it. So anybody who's been able to get power on the grid in the last 5 years has that ability, because the committee that I chaired said to the government at the time, you can raise the limit. And it did. And then that committee, but it will say me, I am the person that said to this government, the Barbados government, you have to implement feed-in tariffs, because all we had was this rider thing that prevented people from earning returns. And I can hear people in this country, magnates and politicians, saying that this sector cannot move forward because of my intervention. It moved forward because of my intervention. This is a fact. It's a fact. 60-something licenses. I hear it, oh, when we came, or they have produced 60-something licenses. You want to know why the sector is in a mess? Because another couple hundred licenses were issued without any care for whether the grid could accommodate the power. That is this government bragging about it all the time. How many megawatts? 200 and something, and then another 300, without any care, and ignoring the fact that the Barbados Light and Power sat down and ignored the need to upgrade the grid. If we are having problems with grid performance today, it is because of that. It is not because of RE. It is because they would not upgrade the feeders and transmitters, and they would not upgrade the network. And now here we are. And this government that likes to brag so much brought us here. The investors are to blame this government. We are here because of you, not because of anything that this party did. This party started that journey sensibly. And for people who want to criticize, when we said you have to be careful about what you put on the grid, that conversation started when the chief town planner then expressed concern about how much power was going on in Warrens and no upgrades were being made to the grid to accommodate that power. That too is a fact. And now I have to look in rate cases to hear a company request Barbadian ratepayers to take money from their tight pockets to pay for feeders for large power systems. Not the people who are investing, not the people that are producing the power that got pockets so deep their children will not, and grandchildren and great-grandchildren don't have to work. But regular Bajans have to get that money out of their already empty pockets. How ridiculous is that? And you're talking about you're doing it for the people. No. Because the people are feeling nothing but increased power prices. And when the businesses talk about, oh, their cost for cold storage has gone up, you don't pay for cold air. You pay for electricity to produce cold air. So I am tired of that euphemism. Their production costs have gone up because the cost of electricity are going up and up and up in this country, even as we use the sun and the wind. Soon I understand the waves. And now let's talk about the hydrogen application. At the time that the Fair Trading Commission, I cannot believe I'm defending them, is being told, issue a decision, you're taking too long. They are wasting time, so I'm actually not defending them. Wasting time considering an application that they have no statutory power to consider, that hydrogen application. That applicant is not licensed. The very application says we are not licensed. How then do you get before the commission that can only give rates to licensees? And they are wasting time talking about a public consultation. Well, I will say this here too. You cannot set rates by a public consultation. Wasting time. And one has to wonder why they waste that time. Because they feel they know better. Why are they doing it? Why are we so singularly focused on responding to investors when Barbadians are hurting, asking for a blight, asking for an ease? And I can tell you what would give an ease. The 2030 target will kill us with high energy prices. Full stop, the end, revise the target. We cannot do it. Big countries, wealthy, talk about 50% in 2050. Whose populations can probably afford the cost of that transition? There is a cost to the transition. And poor Barbadians cannot bear that cost. And I want Barbadians to understand when Barbados Light and Power comes and asks for $800 million, they are not retiring the fossil fuel plant. That is supposed to operate, but that was in the application. They have not indicated any retirals whatsoever. How does that make sense to anybody? It cannot make sense. It don't make sense to interveners. Let me tell you what the benefits will be. And the cost of the storage devices is just $557 million. In case anybody want to come up here with a little minutia to say that I'm wrong on points of elucidation and points of this and points of that. $557 million for batteries. The rest of the 800 million is operating and maintenance costs that they are seeking to recover over the 10-year life of the batteries. 10 years for recovery. Compare that to previous rate cases where they sought to recover $325 million in 13 years, and businesses were still feeling the effect of that increase. And we are talking, Mr. President, about a company that before Emera took over that company used to retain 70%, rounded down, of its earnings for reinvestment. Facts. And immediately upon the acquisition of Barbados Light and Power, that dividend ratio changed, 10% retained on average. And we could hear that it is everybody's fault except the Barbados Light and Power and the regulator, who must have known that something was not righteous, that we now have to face these high costs of transition. We were talking about transition since 2007, Mr. President. This is not a joke, and it's not something for flowery words. Barbadians are feeling this inflation. When the Honourable Minister talks about imported costs, we are not importing those costs. We are putting those on ourselves because the fuel cost adjustment contains fossil fuel, power purchase from renewable energy, the cost of the battery storage device in St. Lucie. In case you don't know, we set those rates, not anybody that's shipping oil into Barbados. That was done here. And here we are facing an $800 million application, the largest. And the commission is trying to rush that through, talking about a written hearing. A company won't answer. Would you believe that right now we don't even have financial statements from that company in a rate case to take money from Barbadians, and they have not been ordered to produce a financial statement to show how much money they're making, what they're doing with it? But we could hear FTC taking too long, hurry up. How thoughtful, how serious, how leaderly, to make up a word. 800 million, I'm going to keep repeating it, big money. And from our thin pockets. And the only regulatory reform that we are seeing in this country is the regulator doing its level best to prevent consumer advocates from representing the interests of consumers, because we are the only people in those rate cases that are representing the people that have to pay the rates. That is not grandstanding. That is not trying to get attention. That is having a meaningful impact on the people of Barbados' lives by telling the FTC you cannot just hand the fair trade, the Barbados Light and Power an interim rate. We have saved over $100 million in rates. It matters, Mr. President.
Points of order. The Honourable.
What's the point of order?
The Honourable member is conceding the House. Mr. President, I am being very restrained because I will not and cannot rise to speak to any of the matters relating to the company. I will not. But when you speak to the FTC and attempt to say that the FTC is the only thing that the FTC is doing in terms of regulatory reform is to be able to stop interveners from getting involved in protecting consumers, that is grossly misleading and it is inaccurate. In fact, the extension of the rate review process and even in the CETR has provided for applications to be received and in some instances granted and others not granted on the basis of the request from interveners, Mr. President. And I would wish to make sure that I correct that for the record. Everything else relating to the company, I can't speak on those matters.
Thank you, Senator Cummings. Senator Watson, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Regulatory reform has not permitted the FTC to say it's very clear to requiring the company to answer questions about basic financial information. We're still begging for that information. Information critical to determining whether the rate should be granted. Not even answering some of the FTC's interrogatories. That is how ridiculous the situation is. And when you say no oral hearing for an $800 million, Mr. President, we have a long history of oral hearings in rate case applications, 70 years, you will recall, because you have done it. It has served the people well. When at a time when transformation will cost so much, how can we pivot to you cannot see what's happening in this matter even though the money will come from you? When you talk about a written hearing, I can't even go on the FTC's website and find documents that were served in this hearing. So how can the consumer find them? And when we feel that investors want this, investors don't want that, because if it benefits one investor over here with power, the other investor over there with no power, that doesn't have the power, brokers here will be disadvantaged. Investors want regulatory certainty. Regulatory certainty does not mean give me the rate. It means I want to understand the rules, and the rules have to apply equally to everybody. It is predictable. I know what will happen. When it comes for permitting, when it comes for rates, etc., 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 let us talk about permitting. We understand. Let me backtrack a little bit. The Barbados Light and Power has not applied for licenses, I am told. In 2024, with a license expiring in 2028. Now, there's so many challenges attached to that, because we are granting them rates to recover for equipment that is 25 years old, 20 years old, 10 years old. How do I know they have not applied? Because I intervened in what I thought was their application, only to be told by the Ministry of Energy that was just a notice, it was not an application. Now I understand from statements made by the Honourable Prime Minister, their license is going to be dealt with sometime soon. But it has to be subject to a public hearing. And a public intervention process. And we will not contend with a public intervention process that says you can intervene, but you can't get an application to see what you're intervening about. What rubbish. How is that pro-consumer? And the suggestion that only somebody, presumably with a money interest, is an interested party is abhorrent. Every electricity consumer is an interested party. Senator Nichols will tell you the definition of interested party in admin law is wide. Perhaps I shouldn't refer to him. If somebody who spends time hanging out al fresco under the street lights wants to intervene because they're worried about street lighting, they have an interest. Imagine that the former minister would suggest that a teenager who don't got no money and don't pay no bills don't have an interest. But an 18-year-old has legal standing, they will have an interest, whether or not they're living home with mommy or daddy. Okay? They have to use the electricity just to function. How dare this government suggest to us that we will have no access to that intervention process, a true, fair, reasonable, grounded in natural justice, by suggesting that either you won't get an application or an applicant can come and say, oh, this is confidential. We can't even see what the confidential application is. Absolute rubbish. And while I'm on the subject of licensing for our monopoly provider, the government of Barbados needs to tell the people what is in the license. It is ours. It is ours. And if you actually are forthcoming with the details of the license, all of them, because what you give Barbados Light and Power, you're probably going to give all the other generators, all the storage people. So we need to know. If you are forthcoming with that, you probably can eliminate a time-consuming intervention process, because we would know what gives. And you would be transparent and integritous, I make it that word too. Provide information, archaic, they would tell us. But that's the realm that we lawyers operate in. We would know what you're committing us to. Are we giving them guarantees that we are bound to for decades? Are we giving them guarantees as to rates? Are we giving them guarantees as to rate setting mechanisms? Are we giving up any of our rights for decades for wealthy, a multi-billion-dollar company? Because that is what Barbados Light and Power is ultimately. Tell us what is in our licenses. They belong to us. We do not want to get jumped like the people in Guyana when their permitting agreements were finally revealed and it had in ridiculous clauses like if the government changes the law, it doesn't apply to the company that holds the license. Will we see that? I don't know. I dropped out of that negotiation quite early, so I have no idea what's in those documents. And every time the company comes to the commission for a rate and talking about new licenses, and we say, where are they? They say they're confidential. The ministry won't let us put it in the application. Our licenses. And we hear about consultation. I recall a promise for us to be able to consult on those licenses from the first minister in this regime. Nothing but consultants could see them. All kind of people can have their hands on them. We hear that there are private negotiations for rates. How do we know the same Barbados Light and Power put that in an application interrogatory response, 49 cents for power from waste to energy? That is not my figure. Where did that number come from? It did not come from the FTC. And you cannot set that rate without coming to them. So if you're being forthcoming, reforming, transforming, people-centered, not dumbing down, tell us what you are doing with our business in electricity pricing. This is electricity, electricity, electricity. Everything. Production, your data center will eat up so much electricity, it is not funny. And we have to pay for it. Government's electricity costs through the roof. I recall the Minister of State in Finance saying that he was being inundated with additional costs for electricity. These things are real. This is not some kind of nebulous academic discussion. Real. So let us keep it real. And we do not want word salad. We want facts and information. We are not impressed with the name brand consultants. More power to them. We hope they do a good job. We want that we can afford electricity, that we have access to electricity because the grid is properly operated, that we can bear the cost, that when there is bounty from the production of energy in Barbados, Barbadians can feel the bounty. Our reality is we will not benefit from the retirement of any significant fossil fuel generators in the near term. We will continue to pay for all of the fossil fuel assets at the existing rate. A significant portion, and this is from my engineers, a significant portion excuse me, of the battery storage capacity will not be charged from RE assets. Imagine that. Ordinary ratepayers will pay for all of the profits and experience no financial benefit on this trajectory. I note that every time there is a discussion about this, and there is all the talk about consultancies and papers and studies and upgrades and updates, nobody ever says, and here is the benefit. In real, appreciable terms to consumers in this country. We cannot afford to fund what is happening, and the government has to pull back for the sake of the people of Barbados. Pause like you're pausing on education. Pause like you pause on digitization and business Barbados and all of those other things for years. Pause like you're pausing on the Integrity Commission and on the Anti-Money Laundering Agency or anti-corruption, whichever one it is anti-money laundering, anti-corruption. Pause and have a heart have a care for the people who have to pay, do it. I'm asking you for the people of Barbados. We don't care about the busy work. We care that when we open our telephone bill, we ain't trembling and gotta halve it and third it and quarter it to be able to pay it. That's what we care about. Serious stuff. And I am talking about it because y'all raised it. It underpins everything in practical terms, but it underpins a lot of the initiatives in your financial statements and your budget. Do something about it. If the FTC approves what is before them, our cost per household will at least double. Can y'all imagine that? People can't even pay a bill now. Come on now. This is serious. And when I speak, I'm speaking for Barbadians. And the Barbadians include people who are producing renewable energy because they call me too. Miss Watson, Trisha, how come I now have to pay a bill? Well, it's obvious. Your electricity rates have gone up. And you have to pretend that you don't use any of your RE and sell it all to Barbados Light and Power and then buy back power from them. So, of course, if the rates go up, you're going to get back less. Get back nothing, pay something. That's the way that it works. So when we are praising up ourselves, y'all are praising up yourselves about your democratization. Praising up yourselves about all the projects that are going on and what's coming and been coming for years. And an electricity supply act that this government has been working on since 2019. Can't get it in here yet. When you're talking about that, talk about the reality, including for the small independent power producers. Talk about the fact that when the LPAC that I chaired looked at licenses, we recommended to the government and it agreed that we would license according to cumulative installed capacity. If you got over a threshold, you went into the next band, and that this government has been allowing big producers to cut up their systems to earn the highest rate when they should be in the rate that earns a lower number per kilowatt hour, costing Barbadians. Let us talk about it. Let's keep it real. These are the facts. I'm happy to know that reform is coming and that we're looking at the impacts on consumers, because that must mean that something is going to change. We cannot continue on this trajectory. Cannot. Mr. President, I'm not sure how much more time I have.
Have 7 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Mr. President, there's a lot more that can be said. And my colleague will, a little bit later, cover some of the other issues that we have to contend with coming out of this budget. He has important things to say. And I hope that he will be given the courtesy that was accorded to me, better, actually. I am certain he will get the courtesy that Mr. President gives. Now, Mr. President, I expect that the diehards will be out there to criticize me and Senator Walters talking about we haven't given any solutions, but we have. You've heard them. Freebies, I call them. Real solutions that can solve some of your process management issues, that can get some things happening while you take a break, that can help the little children in this country to walk into the common entrance exam feeling a little bit more certain, a little less stressed, a little less bowed down and weighed down by an exam that you plan to abolish anyway. Okay? We have given some, but it's actually not our job to give the solutions. So we will give solutions and plans in our own budget. Sorry, I meant manifesto. In our own manifesto presentation. It's coming. It will be people-centered. Oh, yes. We have some. Y'all need some too. It's very clear that the chooser of your candidates ain't happy with some of them because she brought back some to displace others anyway. Meanwhile, you are to manage this country in a manner that allows ordinary Barbadians to benefit. We here bear the burden, share the bounty. Right now, Barbadians' feed the bounty is all going in one direction. And the bulk of us are only carrying burden. And that burden will carry forward and forward generational poverty. Generational poverty is what has our educational product the way it is. It has the block situation the way it is because it is from 2008. Senator Morris doesn't mean we should go on that way. Our economy is doing well, so we can do well for the people of Barbados. That's the way it's supposed to work. Barbadians are absolutely tired of the excuses. Tired of the excuses. You're supposed to use history to do better, not to dwell in it and wallow in it, to do better. So we are not interested in trickle down. We are interested in economic proposals, economic actions that will allow Barbadians to be part of the bounty, to describe themselves as the bountiful. That is what we are looking for. We are looking for full economic participation for the 99%. Full economic participation, not money for hair and nails and a 4 for 10. I understand it's a 4 for 12. That price went up too. You can't even afford 4 beers in Barbados. That's where we are. When you're all over there smiling and grinning and aping, and Bajans are watching, they watch what happens in here, and they tell me they are not impressed. A DLP government is going to put the people at the heart of what it does. Yes, the heart. And the heart of what it does will make sure that Bajans can afford to live in Barbados, do not have to run away, have a future, has prospects, can actualize in this country the same way that you all have been able to actualize. That is what we will do. You understand? Well, items, commodities, and services will cost some less under us because we will do something about the runaway inflation. I have been focused on people. People, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm reclaiming the time that I lost earlier.
No, I'm in control of the time, Senator. Honourable members, please hear the honourable member in silence. She's wrapping up, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. I understand,
Senator
Mr. President,
Nichols,
that they were fascinated, listen with rapt attention. They're trying to, assimilate, understand, and they need the time. I don't mind. So they have now livened up, but they cannot set me off what I have to say. The people of Barbados need to be represented. 30-0 does not mean 100%. We have heard that in other hallowed halls. You have a minority government. Minority. 30% of eligible voters, numbers are what matters, and the numbers that matter to the people of Barbados are whether they have money, can create wealth, can support their children, can actualize in this country. That is our focus. The lens from which we examine the estimates is how the estimates affect people in real terms, not just the stats, not just the lofty, non-dumbing down, yapping. We are talking about how people are feeling it.
Senator Watson, please. You cannot refer to the presentation of honourable members as yap.
I'm so sorry,
That is
Mr.
not
President.
permitted here.
I'm so sorry. I withdraw that, Mr. President. It was very edifying. It was targeted at Barbadians' understanding. What Barbadians do not understand is why they are
Order, senators, let me hear the honourable member in silence, please.
experiencing the burden and are getting none of the bounty. Why in our new republic we could hear about trickle down, okay? That we can still hear about that. 75 cents increase on a minimum wage, and y'all patting yourself on the back for that. Seriously? Right? So that is where we are. It's about people. The government needs to focus on people, not just in the actual policies, but how you roll out the policies. Don't roll out things and then you have to withdraw them because it affects people's daily lives. Have a care, pay attention, do the job that you were given with people at the center. The people are the ones with the votes. and they have to see how they will benefit. Right now, they cannot see. Look back at what you're doing. Make it about the people. Mr. President, I thank you for your time. I'm obliged.
Thank you very much, Senator Watson. Senator Cummings.
Mr. President, I beg to move that this honorable chamber now suspend for lunch to reconvene at 4:45 p.m.
Sure.
Yeah. The question is that this sitting of the Senate be suspended until 4:45 p.m. today. Will all honorable senators in favor, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Methinks the ayes have it. The sitting is suspended until 4:45 p.m.